Well, it's a Thursday afternoon, and even though the calendar is not officially at spring, it's feeling like spring-like weather on the outside. It's definitely around the mid 60s here in Durham, North Carolina, and of course, there's definitely temperatures. I think even in the 70s are expected, and all of that. So definitely over the next several days, we're going to be in the 70s. But I do understand that winter will be making a return sometime next week and everything. So even though we have not officially got out of winter, that means we're going to have some more winter like weather. But I'm going to enjoy the weather we're having right now when I get a chance to step outside in it and all of that. And I know a lot of folks are paying attention to a number of things going on in the world, whether that's folks that are out there getting the vaccine. I know that I went and did one of those surveys, and I think that I'm in group 4 because I'm not in education or in one of those other fields yet and haven't quite made the age range. So definitely, I know some of my family members have already got their vaccine, but I've got to wait to get a text or something like that and find out that I'll be able to get it at a later time. But definitely still trying to mask up and do all the other things that is being required as of now. So definitely trying to do that and keep healthy. No, I've got to go see my eye doctor on tomorrow and see how those specs are going to look. Sometimes y'all see me with the glasses, sometimes you don't. And today the glasses are not on. I may come back on later on, but I was doing some testing and some grading, so did not necessarily need them for that kind of work. So definitely got to go see them tomorrow, and we'll see whether they tell me that I need a new prescription or whether the old prescription will actually still be able to be used. You know, there's always that dreaded fear of getting the bifocals. I know the last time I went, and that was a number of years ago, they were saying that I was probably going to be near that time of needing to get the bifocals at some point or another. So we're going to see if I've ducked that call or not this time around. But like I said, I know a lot of folks are also paying attention to things going on in the world, whether that's things that are happening around the White House. I think the stimulus package should be coming down sometime today, I believe is what they're saying and everything. And then we'll wait for weeks to see when those come in to people's banks accounts. But I was hearing on the news recently that there is some fear that some of those people that are facing garnishments and things of that nature, that the money might even be eligible to be garnished. So that was actually some folks that were trying to fight against that, saying that that would actually defeat the purpose of the bill since it's supposed to help folks. And some of these folks are in crucial situations and all of that. So we're just going to see how this all plays out, what happens in that regards. And I know a lot of folks are glad to see college basketball back in full force and glad to see their teams playing. I just checked on my team and they were doing horrible. That's right. They were down by like about double digits to the goal to Georgetown and all of that. But, you know, this has been a strange year. It may be a year where neither Duke, um, Carolina or State are even in the tournament, or if they're in the tournament, they're a very low seed. And, you know, that is definitely a rarity. I think I heard somewhere that it's been since 1995 was the last time that Duke had not made an NCAA tournament. So that was a number of years back and all of that. So that's some of the things that are going on. But I know folks are definitely enjoying the fine weather and all of that. And I've got my guest, at least one of them, on. So we're going to see what Lois Hollis is doing and how she is surviving in these days and times and everything. So I'm getting ready to bring Lois on and have a conversation with her.
Hi there. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you doing? How are you surviving during this day and time and everything with the pandemic and with everything else going on in the world? How are you
How am
maintaining?
I stating? How am I doing?
Yes.
Well, I have the opposite effect because my work has exploded since
Yes.
the pandemic. And I am very, very busy, but I also have been in the health field forever
Okay.
since I was 12 and now I'm 77. So that's a long time. And I've learned the value of nutrition
Mm,
and the proper vitamins. In fact, I'm drinking my carrot juice right now.
okay. That's
I
great. At least.
I juice vegetables,
Okay.
and carrot juice is probably the easiest and most tasty juice there is.
Now, one of the things I've just recently got, not that long ago, maybe within the last year, is I got a blender, and part of that blender is me actually making some fruit drinks, some vegetable drinks, and other drinks, trying to maintain some better health habits because I know that some of my past health habits have not been all of that great and everything. And I know one of the things that you talk about, and as part of the core of your being and everything, is how we oftentimes get caught up in shame and guilt and all of that. So I would love to hear you talk about that because definitely it seems to me that that's one of your core beliefs is that we sometimes get too caught up in that.
You're a very smart man to acknowledge that because I've been at this for probably 15 years and shh, we don't talk about shame. It doesn't exist. And I'm going, oh my God, I got a lot of work to do. So about 15 years ago, I had the realization about shame and guilt, that it was the root of everything. And it was sequestered. Very
Yeah,
interesting, isn't it?
yes, it's very interesting. I'm wondering if part of that, and I just wonder your thoughts on this, but I sometimes wonder if part of it isn't a society fault. Because when I think of shame and guilt, I think of a couple of things. One is that no matter what your religion is, you can be a Christian, you can be a Muslim, you can be a Jew, or a number of other things. You can even be involved in the mindfulness trade and spirituality and all of that. But a lot of that seems to be rooted in the whole concept of shame and guilt. I know a lot of times when you go into churches or mosques or things of that nature, they're oftentimes shaming
They
or
get you.
guilting their
Yeah, yeah.
congregation members.
Love God and do your penance and do your penance. Anyway, so I had been very I've been very eloquent in my life. I started the first kidney dialysis unit in the country in the 1960s. So I'm always a forerunner. I've been instrumental in the surgery of open heart surgery and other things. So, and I had, had three beautiful daughters. So my life was very busy and very accomplished. However, in my 50s, the abusive childhood that I had took its toll. And you can understand that, how things eventually pile up on side of each other and
Yeah.
you go down. So I start with, individual therapy and things of that sort. So I didn't want to commit suicide anymore. So that was a step up. But I wasn't happy. And I still had migraine headaches. I had severe scoliosis and my heart was damaged from a leaky valve. So many, many, many problems. When I've been very lucky or very fortunate to receive unbidden information, like I just know things.
Right.
And this was how shame guilt was proposed to me. And I realized that I didn't have to go to therapy for anxiety. I didn't have to go therapy for depression. I just had to get rid of shame and guilt.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, oh my God, I was so happy. I was dancing around and around because there was a solution. And by my counseling and other things, I've learned that shame, guilt is not what people are saying it is. So, can I tell you what I know?
Yes, please.
Okay. Now we all know we have the love energy.
Right.
That feels good. We have joy and happiness, and we can feel it. I can feel it, the warmth within me.
Right.
However, we have shame guilt energy. Now, I didn't say emotion.
Mm.
I said shame guilt energy.
Right.
Shame guilt, not shame and guilt. Shame guilt energy is a negative energy.
Right.
Okay. Now, what happens to your computer when you get a negative energy, aka virus in it?
It gets sick and it collapses and it goes into crisis mode.
And it doesn't work. I mean, you can press Microsoft Word, but you get Zoom or something.
Right.
I mean, it's distorted. You know those mirrors in the funny house? I'm
Mm-hmm.
telling my age. You look at these mirrors and you look really skinny and tall and weird, and
Right.
That's distorted. Okay, that energy distorts us. Okay,
Mm,
what do you mean by that? It turns our positive emotions into negative emotions. Huh. It
mm,
turns our compassion into depression,
right.
our passion into anger. Okay, do you see where I'm
Uh,
going with this?
yeah, I see exactly where you're going because as you were saying that, I was actually thinking about some times that shame and guilt, either in my own existence, meaning myself, or with people that I've been involved with, have played a part in everything. Because I remember, I was actually going to come back just briefly, don't have to stay on it, that whole theme of religious shame and guilt. Because I remember I'm still at this late age of 50s in the single category, but I remember even in my 40s and everything, dating young ladies that were in the church environment and everything. And while we might have had the greatest date and definitely enjoyed each other's company and all of that, at some point or another, because we were not heading toward the wedding aisle and because there might have been some
Exactly.
intimacy and everything, then the guilt came in and then they would try to guilt me.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I'm telling you that we have been given the wrong information.
Hmm.
Okay. Most people say shame is bad and guilt is good because that's how we keep moral. I'm saying that's not the way to do it. I'm on your podcast not because I felt guilty that I didn't acknowledge your invitation.
Right,
I did it because I want to. It's the right thing to do.
right,
It's the
exactly.
right thing to love somebody and
Right.
be intimate with them. That's a nice thing to do. It's a good thing. So we don't need shame and we don't need guilt. However, it got stuck inside of us like sticky glue.
Mhm.
Okay. Shame. Now, why do I say shame guilt and not shame and guilt? Hmm.
Yeah, why do you say that?
Yeah, because as a medical person, I understand that if you have a virus in your brain, they call it
Hmm.
meningitis.
Right.
If you have the same virus in your liver, they call it hepatitis.
Hmm.
Okay, if you got the same virus in your lungs, they call it pneumonia.
Right.
Okay, now that's very simplistic, and please excuse me, dear doctors. But I'm needing to show you that our culture calls things by its placement, not what it is, not by substance.
Hmm.
Okay, so shame is in the unconscious mind and guilt's in the conscious mind, but it's the
Right.
same energy.
Oh wow. And it's just a
Isn't
matter
that
of us.
interesting?
That's quite interesting. I was actually just thinking about that as you were saying that and everything. And I guess because you're doing with your own practice and everything, but how can we as a society get past this? Because it seems to me that we've even been seeing a lot of shame and guilt, even with what's going on with the
Oh,
pandemic. We've seen people
oh,
shamed
it's
by not wearing
oh,
masks. We've seen people shamed on a number of other things. So it seems like
they
this is even playing with what's going on in our
it's
current situation.
the shame, not the shame guilt is like exponential, and it's really wrecking havoc with everybody's body because what does shame guilt do? It
Mm,
distorts your body. It
right.
distorts your liver working properly. It distorts your mind working properly. It
Mhm.
distorts your emotions. It distorts your connection to God, whatever
Mm.
religion you have. So I'm appalled that nobody took shame guilt as an individual study because it is the most dangerous energy placed upon humanity.
Wow. And you're finding that so far nobody is even dealing with this in our colleges and in our universities because I know there are a number of great earth psychology departments, whether that's at Harvard or whether that's at some of the ones out in the West Coast and a number of other places. But it doesn't seem like they're focusing on it in the same kind of way that you are. But it's something that should be studied on a more regular basis.
Exactly. So I'm very blessed. I had a near-death experience somewhere in my childhood. So I believe that God has given me some extra information somewhere along the line. Like I didn't go to the internet and learn this, or I didn't go to school to learn this,
Right.
but it's the truth. We have been given the wrong information. So I'm telling you that your faults, your beliefs, your self flagellation, the downing of yourself, the self esteem down, it's not your fault. And it's not your parents' fault.
Right.
It's not the pandemic. It's nothing. It's only shame, guilt. We only have one enemy.
Mm. If
Isn't
we could
that
just
cool?
that's very cool. And if we could just conquer that one enemy, then we could probably have a more um
Balanced
better
life.
a better balanced life and a better life.
Of course. Okay, so if we just achieve this today, knowing that there is hope to get rid of shame and guilt from our lives. Okay, we're not going to do it in 5 minutes. We can't say, oh, get away,
Right.
and never come back. It's a little bit of a process we do, but it can change your mindset to know
Yeah.
that shame, guilt is an energy that comes from the outside of us. It's placed upon humanity
Yeah.
to control us. And you can understand that. There have been many studies how shame and guilt have been used to make people buy a certain product,
Mm-hmm.
to make them, uh, wear masks. They make them do this, make them do that. There's what kind of education you have.
Right.
You can think of your life, and how many choices have you made freely, or is it culture dictated?
A lot of times it's cultural dictated, whether you go to school, whether you do this or that, whether even some of my friends that went into the military, whether they went into the military or not. Because sometimes, like I can think of schools, a lot of times we're put in tracks. So I know I was in the track to go to college and all of that. So I took a lot of college related courses way back in my high school years in the late 70s. But I knew other folks that were not on that track. So they took vocational courses because they might have wanted to work to be a auto mechanic or a bricklayer or something like that. And then there were other people that were being pushed into the military field. So, and I think that even goes on in the job market. You got some people that are pushed to rise up to the executive level and some that are more on the worker bee level.
So when you start looking at your life and looking at culture,
Mm-hmm.
shame, guilt has dictated who you are, what you do, and what kind of behaviors is acceptable.
Right.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, that's quite amazing.
And
And
nobody talks about it.
no, they don't talk about that at all. That's something that a lot of people don't even be paying attention to is how it resonates with a lot of society and all of that. And you're right. A lot of folks don't deal with this at all. And so I know a lot
I
of it is you doing your emotional counseling through your website and of course being on the podcast and the books and sharing your own story and everything. But how are some of the ways that folks can conquer and defeat shame and guilt?
Oh, I like that. Conquer and defeat. Okay, this is an important thing to know. Shame, guilt does, we as humans do not need shame, guilt. We have a beautiful mind.
Mm-hmm.
We have intuition. We're smart. We can make our own decisions. We don't need shame and guilt to guilt us or to shame us into a decision.
Right.
But shame, guilt needs us as an energy. It's kind of like a parasitic energy,
Mm-hmm.
if you understand what I mean. It's a parasite.
Right.
And we don't need to know all of that other details because that's like a whole nother story. All we need to know is that we don't need it. It needs us. So we can kick it out anytime we want, like an uninvited guest.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we can kick it out. But we're calling it a thing now. So it isn't some monstrous thing that we have no control of. If we know that it is a thing, an energy, and that doesn't belong to us, then we're not victim to it. We can start working to kick it out of ourselves and not take on anymore.
We can definitely do that, and I definitely love this idea of getting rid of it and everything. And I think that it's a wonderful concept. But are there ways that we can also encourage society to do the same thing? Because as I mentioned it earlier, I think that definitely I mentioned church, but also schools. Because I mean, how a lot of times they're trying to, give those rewards, and sometimes those rewards are part of the shame guilt kind of model as well.
Of
Because
course it is. Of course it
so
is. I mean, tonight you're going, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. That's 1002. That's 1005. It's like, oh my God, it's endemic. That's why people don't know it exists, because it exists everywhere.
right,
Okay. You're smart enough. You're very smart. You get it. So
yep,
what you can do is don't accept shame guilt behaviors given to you. And that, you ever heard of the 100 monkey theory? You
never
know,
heard.
never heard of the 100 monkey theory. Okay, that's like you and I and 500 other people start doing this work. And like, we don't
Right,
take that shame and guilt because it doesn't belong to me and I don't want to do it. I have another thing to do.
gotcha. All
Once
right.
it's kind of like contagious, then it
Right.
spreads energetically and then energetically and then energetically. It
So
spreads.
this interesting you say that, because I got a friend of mine. He actually does another program here on this platform, Funk Music with Zach, and then he does another show as well because he's all into the music environment and all of that, particularly around funk music. But he oftentimes talks about what he calls light warriors, and it sounds like what you're saying is that
I am a
in
light
order
warrior. I'm a light
and
warrior.
that he would definitely agree with you on that. And it seems to me that what we need to have is more light warriors involved in order to actually defeat this ailment that
Energy.
is energy that's
Energy.
spreading throughout the country and everything. So it sounds like we need more light warriors throughout the area, because I know he identifies me as a light warrior as well, and he also talks about some other folks that he's met that are light warriors also. So it seems like we need more light warriors in order to defeat this negative energy.
You are light warrior as well.
Right.
Just the more shame guilt. Think of a shame guilt as a black blanket
Hmm.
covering you. All you have to do is get the black blanket off and your light shines. You don't need more light energy. God has given you the light energy in your humanity, in your DNA strands.
Right.
Shame has covered it. That's all. You just take it off.
Yeah, because I know that one of the things that people have been talking about for years is that there are a lot of folks that have let their blanket cover them too much. I've heard people even kind of use it as the walking zombies, or another kind of form that people
Mhm.
might say that are people that are out there not even thinking about these kind of things, or just kind of existing. They're not really dealing with these kind of things on a regular basis. So it seems to me like one of the things we have to do is we have to unmask the shield from them, whether they're in government or in higher education or in a number of other of the platforms that exist out there in terms of society elements, because a lot of folks are probably walking around like you just said earlier, and they're not even thinking about shame and guilt and a number of these other things that we have to fight against on a regular basis.
Yeah, well, it starts with us. We have to do that. But psychology has saved me because talk therapy and helped me, but they don't they don't even have a code for shame and guilt.
Mm,
You know how they have a code for depression and
right.
anxiety and so forth, and for billing purposes, but they don't have a code for they don't work with shame and guilt. Some of them are starting to, but they don't have the concept that it's a foreign energy.
Mm.
So that's my job. I'm I got a big job.
No, it's a big job, but you're doing a good job with it and everything. One of the things that I know that you've mentioned in some of your research and in some of your books and everything is the fact that we seem to be seeing an increase in this negative shame and energy, even among our youth. Because I know that there's a gentleman here, Henning Morales, who's a filmmaker
Uh,
like yourself, and he's done a couple of movies focusing on teen suicide because he's seeing that more and
that's
more of
right.
our kids are actually falling into this trap of
Whole,
whatever is
whole.
going on in their life and definitely being shamed and guilted and wanting to take themselves out of this world. So I'd love to hear you talk about that, and I'm
Okay.
sure that Henning would love to hear your thoughts on that as well.
I would love to hear the things. Now, when I was in Sedona and I
Hmm.
had a very wide audience, I had what we call shame guilt buddies.
Go ahead.
Like you're working with getting rid of the shame that you have collected through your life. Okay. And I'll show you how we do that. You can't see it, but I can see it. We can't see it because it's so endemic. It's really
Hmm.
the shame guilt pandemic. It's not the COVID virus pandemic, if you know what I mean. There's more shame and guilt than virus. I'll tell you that much. So, anyway, the shame guilt buddy is somebody like you, like alcoholic sponsor. You know,
Right.
you help me and I help you. And that's what I really hope that the teenagers can do. Of course, they need therapy, they need someone to talk with. And the sooner they do that, better. But the therapist doesn't always available 24/7, but your friend is.
Hmm.
So they could have a buddy that they can talk to because when you go down the shame guilt hole, you can't see anything else. You need someone to say, hey, you're in the cesspool of shame guilt. Shame guilt doesn't belong to you. Take it out. Let's talk about how you feel. Oh, I feel depression. Okay, now we can work on depression. We don't work with shame guilt because it's not of us. It just brings us down to no good. I can't do anything. The world's better off without me. And I know how that is because I felt that way. At one point in my life, I felt it was better for the world if I didn't exist here. And that's a horrible, horrible feeling. That's shame guilt talking.
Well, yeah, Shane Gill definitely talking on that kind of regular basis and everything. If you could tell our audience a little bit about the books as well, because like I said, I know you've written books on this also, and I know that our audience that's global would love to hear about the books. And the other thing I was going to ask you is, do you feel that this is something that is strictly a Western society problem, or are we also seeing it in other parts of the world as well? Because I know the international broadcast media, we've got listeners that are as far away as Nigeria, South Africa, Malaysia, and a number of other countries around the world. And we try to definitely have a world conversation. So I was wondering, do you think that this is something, like you mentioned earlier, like the pandemic, that is global?
Great question. Great question. Okay. I have a film. It's being produced. It'll be out in May. It's called I'm Good. I'm good. We got to keep saying that. I'm
Right,
good. I'm good. Get away, shame guilt. I'm good.
right.
Seriously, we need to keep doing that to ourselves. Then after that, I want to do how shame guilt affects other countries, Japan, China, Germany, France, etc.
Mm,
Every country has some form of shame guilt. The United States is called more of a guilt culture.
right.
Japan and China are called more of a shame culture.
Hmm.
Every country has shame guilt in their culture. Doesn't make it right,
Right,
it makes it common.
right.
And it's not part of humanity. It's the culture that we have been raised in,
Mm,
the religion we have been brought into, the schools, etc.
right.
So it is global.
Mm,
However, in my book, there is, I did some research on some of the Aborigine tribes
hmm.
and people that have lived with them. They have no word in their vocabulary for shame or guilt, and they don't have any of it in their society.
So
Isn't
we're
that
talking about,
interesting?
that's quite interesting.
Aborigine.
Aborigines, like the Aborigines in Australia.
And other small societies that are away from sort of our type of life. They have
Right.
um, more of a life with the land,
Gotcha.
and they don't have shame and guilt. They don't even have words for it. Excuse me, in the vocabulary. So it is not. Excuse me. It's not part of being human.
Yeah, because I'm wondering if even like the early people in our world and everything even had a word for that as well. I'm thinking that there was probably no word for shame or guilt in like the early hieroglyphics and some of the early words and everything. They probably didn't even have a concept of what that was and everything.
I don't know that, but I do know Adam and Eve. It started with Adam and Eve, so
But
that's a whole nother story. But through the years, it has become more of a threat.
hmm
I believe that at this point, especially with the pandemic and everything, we have the highest saturation of shame guilt energy in our population,
right, definitely. And
which
do
is
you?
not good, which is not good. It
No,
makes
that's
you
not
goofy. It makes you confused.
right.
You can't think logically. What does it do to your computer? Think when you think of shame guilt and how
hmm
you feel, I'm not good enough. I
Right,
can't do this. I'm never going to amount to anything. Nobody loves me. You look at you in your mind's eye, you
right,
think of what happens when your computer gets a virus. That's what happens to your mind. It goes wacko. It doesn't think. So people in a suicide mind are not correct. They're in a shame guilt mind.
right.
If that can help people, that's
Yeah,
what it.
definitely, I can see that. And that comes back to the other. That comes back to the other question I was asking earlier. Is that it seems to be so embedded in our society. Unfortunately, I agree that it doesn't need to be embedded in our society. But and I know we've got to do it one person at a time. But if we do it one person at a time, does that mean that we have to wait decades, even beyond? I'm
No,
58.
no.
Okay.
It would take you maybe 3 months for looking at my DVD, how to talk to your inner personality parts, how to find the shame guilt and get rid of it. I have an ebook
Mm-hmm.
on my website.
Right.
It's called 500 Questions Have One Answer. Okay, now you're not going to get 500 questions all at once because you're like, oh, this lady's crazy. So you will get 25 questions and answers once a week.
Okay.
And what I've done is showed you 500 different ways that shame guilt is in your life.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm saying to you, how are you going to defeat your enemy?
That
You have to know thy enemy.
that's very true.
You have to know everything about your enemy. So that's why I call myself an educator first.
Right.
So if you get my ebook and you look at the questions and answers that people have directed to me, and I've given them answers that shame guilt is this problem, shame guilt is that problem, and answers to it, then that will start you and other people identifying what is shame guilt behaviors. Because I'm saying don't do shame guilt behaviors, and you go, well, what is shame guilt behaviors? Because to me, that's normal behavior.
Right.
And this is global. This
Right.
is not only the United States. I have given podcasts in Africa and Australia
Mm-hmm.
and the United Kingdom, and we're talking the same language. We don't even know there's a difference.
So there's not even a difference based on the different regions, because I know sometimes people will try to say that there's, well, you just said that there's some difference in the whether shame has the top billing or guilt has the top billing in certain societies, meaning like Asian societies versus Western societies, but it's still
It's same
the
thing.
same issue. It's just a matter of which one is taking precedence, but it's still the same issues that you're dealing with, whether you're being shamed by it or guilted by it.
So the fact that our cultures around the world have
Hmm.
separated shame and guilt, it separates our mind.
Right.
We're like, oh, shame is bad, guilt is good. Well, how do I do that? You can't. Do you see why we've been frustrated for decades?
Right.
It's shame, guilt. That's it. Shame is with us at night and guilt's with us during the day.
Yep.
Shame.
Definitely.
That's it. So we don't, it's the computer virus, the virus that comes into us that distorts our thinking because we're beautiful human beings.
Oh yeah, no doubt about that. No doubt about that whatsoever. Um, when do you think that you first kind of like got an awareness of this yourself, just about in your own life? Because I know that you went through a lot of different things. You mentioned the abusive childhood that you may not have come to terms with till later, but you also, I know, in your bio on your page and everything, had talked about the fact of also given like a certain time frame of life, and you've lived well past that now, because I think they had said that you wouldn't make it past 50 or something like that. So I
That's
was
right.
wondering, when did you first deal with these kind of uh, thoughts yourself, and when did you come to the realization that you have discovered about shame and guilt?
Somewhere in my mid 50s. And it was like, I am not dying now because I just realized and learned how to live.
Right,
It's like I don't have to be hurt anymore because I'm so sensitive that any emotion of the shame guilt behavior would really hurt me that deeply and push me down the shame guilt hole. So now that I knew what it was a foreign energy that I did not need, and everything started redoing, healing all the interpersonality parts of myself. I have a DVD on that on my YouTube channel, Out of Discord into Harmony. And it teaches you how to talk to your anger, how to talk to your depression. And these are the parts of us that have been stuck when we're 4 and 5 and 10 and 12, and we're able to communicate with them. And that's how we release the shame guilt because they're the ones that hold it. We don't. The inner parts of ourselves do, like the inner critic. The inner
right.
critic's a good guy. He's a good guy. We make friends with him.
Yeah, we definitely need to make friends with that inner critic. I know I do that on a regular basis, but and not just the inner critic, but I know for the number of, I'd say the last decade, maybe even the last 2 decades, there's been this push to get more of us in tune with our inner thoughts and everything. Do you think that that's something that is a good move of society? Because we've definitely seen a rise in what some people would call spirituality or mindfulness versus the more traditional versions of religion, or are they sometimes guilty of some of the same problems in the sense of dealing with shame and guilt that some of the other ways that people deal with thoughts are? Because I do know that there are a number of folks that are into like the crystals and the Reiki and different other things that try to find ways to get their spiritual balance. But I was just wondering, do you think that that's something that is helping the cause or hurting the cause in terms of fighting this battle against shame and guilt?
I love the battle against shame and guilt. Yeah, we call it the shame guilt battle. All modalities are good. Crystals and Reiki and massage. Not a fan of tapping because that just tells your emotions to be quiet and we have to talk with our emotions. But all therapies that are out there, it's a big push right now to people to re-examine their life and try to make sense of it, not to be in denial. What they're lacking is the shame guilt work.
Right.
So it isn't that they're bad. They're just not going to bring you all the way home unless you incorporate shame guilt release and avoidance in it that I'm teaching. I'm not saying just do this. I'm saying, yeah, they're all great, but you got to incorporate this into your therapies because you only get to like second or third base. You'll never come home. And that's why people spend years and years and years in therapy. Because until you identify shame guilt, it's still going to control you.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And it sounds to me that we, the other thing that people talk about as being a crisis within society, not just the pandemic, but definitely that's a crisis now. But for years, they've been talking about the mental health crisis and how that's been impacting everybody from the homeless population, which a lot of folks are shocked that we have one of those here in the United States. But there are a number of folks that are homeless, some that are coming back from military service, some that have gone through other turmoils in their life and everything. But it sounds to me like what you're saying is that if folks go through this process and become more involved in some of the things that you have discovered and that you are getting folks more involved in, that we can alleviate.
We can alleviate it because the veterans are carrying so much shame guilt from what has happened in their life. My partner is a Navy SEAL, and we worked on the shame guilt, and he recovered. Not that you can't do other things. I'm inviting other people to incorporate shame guilt work into their therapy because it's very sad that people want help, but they don't get the help they need. And that's why I'm doing podcasts to make shame guilt awareness. And we got to tackle that one. Did you know, well, in my website, I say that depression is the most widely used excuse for people not to come up for work.
Right.
And depression is a buildup of shame guilt. If people have a pencil and paper, I can show them something. Is that okay? Mm-hmm. You can draw it too.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want you to draw an upside down triangle.
An upside down triangle.
Yes, sir. I think I'm going to find it in my book and I can show it to you.
An upside down triangle. Yep.
Yes,
upside
sir.
Down triangle. Yep.
Okay. Oops.
Yep. Mm-hmm. That's what I just did.
I'm trying to get it on the screen. I'm working on it. Okay. Do you see this guy, the stick man?
Yep.
He's carrying hurt, H-U-R-T.
Yes. And anxiety and anger.
Depression,
hatred and rage, and fear.
Okay, now. Okay, when I was 4 years old, somebody took my lollipop, so I got hurt, right?
Mm-hmm.
Little bit of shame.
Right.
Oh, now I'm fearful because somebody else is going to take something from me.
Right.
So I have more shame.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it's just a accumulation of shame that people call things different emotions. Isn't that interesting?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Now, anxiety, I'm so anxious all the time that I'm just getting angry because, see, if our hurt is not resolved, we become anxious. Correct? For future hurts. If our anxiety is not resolved, we get angry. Mm-hmm. If our anger isn't resolved, we turn inward and we go into depression.
Right.
And psychology agrees with that. They feel like someone who is depressed, when they start getting angry, they consider that more healing. Now, if depression is not resolved, we go into hatred and rage. Now you can see that someone with rage has much more power than anger.
Right.
It's like, it's much more forceful. Well, the
Yeah.
force comes from the shame guilt energy. If it has more energy, then it has more power. Then to top it off, we have fear.
Right.
Did you know that fear is shame guilt?
So fear is the shame and the guilt.
Right, but it's a double dose.
Wow. So it's a double dose of that altogether. I did not even think
Yeah.
about that.
Now see how your mind can now start not being fearful of this because you know what it is. It's
Right.
like if you name it, you can fix it. It doesn't haunt you. But
Right.
having shame, guilt all around here and anxiety and depression, you're like, so I'm putting it in the box.
Right. You put it in the box and let folks see how they can cope with it on a regular basis and all of that. So definitely you're doing that. And now is the film out already? And is the film going
It's
to be dealing with this also, or is it going to be dealing with it in a different way? And I know you had also talked about that you do something called light language readings. And I was curious as to what light language readings are.
well, first of all, the film is coming out in about 2 months,
Okay.
and it's going to be in 3 parts because this is heavy duty stuff.
Right.
I mean, people have to take time to digest it. It's going to be 3 15-minute segments. And it makes shame guilt visible.
Right.
So it does exist. Your next question was,
Oh, about the light
the light
language.
language. Okay,
Yes.
sometime in Sedona, when I moved to Sedona, Arizona, I woke up with words coming through my head. And it's like, oh, be quiet. I want to go to sleep. I want to go to sleep. Well, they wouldn't be quiet. So I went downstairs and start writing, and I wrote for 3 months. And it's language from the dimension of light. And as you know, all the books that we have, most of them talk to our mind first. Don't we
Right.
get into the cerebral part and like, how do you do this and how do you do that? The light language, which is in English, speaks or it's directed to our heart and our soul, and then to our mind. So we nourish our soul. And as you know, it's kind of like a prayer
Right.
without being a prayer. It's just words that our soul needs to hear. So that also is free on my website. I have a pamphlet of 30 pages, and it's a great thing to read at night when you're feeling depressed or anxious or happy. And this words
Gotcha.
are helping it's like saying a prayer. It is a prayer because of the language,
Okay.
the energy it is. And it's not religious or Episcopalian or Jewish. It's English words. It's on a spiritual
Right.
level.
Okay.
And
Who
some
have been
people
some
have,
of the people?
go ahead.
No, I was going to say, who have been on this journey of yours, and it's been a journey that you've been on for decades and everything, but who have been some of the people that have inspired you on your journey and all of that, and that you use? Because I think we all need, no matter what our age, folks to inspire us and to keep us grounded and all of that. So, who are some of the folks that have inspired you in your work, either historical or current?
The people that have inspired me and never let me stop
Right.
are the people that I've helped.
Gotcha.
Uh, I had several clients come to me who had been in throes of depression for years and years and years, and I spent 1 or 2 hours with them, and they call me back and their life is good, and they call me back in a year from now and their life is good, and it gives me the spirit to continue because over and over and over I see how just the release of shame and guilt magnifies the humanity we have. And I don't know how we could ever get rid of it all, but even small pieces of it make such a huge difference in our life
Right.
that I see the glow in people. I see the health in people. And that's what keeps me motivated is I know how important this work is.
Yeah, definitely very important work. And speaking of important work, one of the things, and I was wondering your thoughts on this, that seems that they are now getting recognition, whereas before they might have been getting even their own version of shame and guilt and all of that. But I'm seeing that there have been certain elements of society that were not always recognized as being the true pioneers and the true great individuals that they are. And I'm thinking about like the folks that are in the medical profession and even those that are in the teaching profession. So I was just wondering, is that something that you've observed yourself? And is that something that you think is helpful within the shame guilt uh, modules and
Every
what's going
every human being needs to be aware of what shame and guilt is. It affects every human,
on?
everyone. It affects everyone. And the people that are in the healing profession,
Hmm.
the teaching profession, it would really make their lives so much easier because it wouldn't be the struggle that we have. I 50 years been trying to fix it.
Right.
And now there's a way. And that's the biggest hope there is. And people call me and say, how do I get rid of guilt? And I tell them they can't get rid of guilt until they get rid of the shame that's fueling the guilt.
Gotcha.
Now, people do positive affirmations. That's good.
Hmm.
And people do a lot of courses and they do a lot of studies.
Right.
And I want them to know that unless you add shame, guilt work into that, you're not going to have resolution. Because some people feel like, oh my God, I am really that bad because I did all these positive affirmations, I took the 4 courses, and I'm still no good. I want people to know that because that has happened to a lot of my clients. They feel worse because they've done all this work and still they are feeling the guilt. And I help them to understand that you have to work with the shame guilt separately and then it turns. And all your courses and all are good. It isn't bad. It's just that you don't get the home run you wanted. I
Yeah.
think you can understand that.
Yeah, definitely can understand that. And a lot of folks are looking for that instant home run, looking for that instant success and everything. And it sounds like that's not the way that this works. You've got to be um, totally involved in the battle, and it's a daily battle that you've definitely got to be constantly involved in. Do you see that there's any point where there's victory had and everything?
Oh, well, every time I someone does shame guilt behavior and I don't accept it, I go, wow, I'm so cool. It makes you happy because you understand it. So it isn't like a drudgery because you got smart. You finally understand how it works. That's why I was so excited that my life is different because I understand shame guilt. People try to shame me, but they don't consciously do that. It's just
Right.
our culture, and you always feel bad and so forth, especially if you're sensitive. But if you understand the ways of shame guilt, you're like happy all the time because
Hmm.
you're like, I'm above this. This is so cool. I'm happy. I don't have to do that, and
So you don't.
it's fun.
So you don't have to play the games that the shame guilt folks want to play with you and everything if you understand where it's coming from and all of that.
Exactly. And then you go, wow, I'm good. I'm good.
Right.
It's
No, that makes a
fun.
lot of sense and everything. What are some of the without I mean definitely we want folks to go to the website and get the book and learn about the different ways and everything, but as an enticement, what are some of the immediate things that folks can do within the shame guilt model and everything to get rid of that shame and guilt? Have you got like some immediate hints that you want to give? Of course, we want them to get the book, so we want them to get the majority of them coming to the book. But if there are like some immediate hints that you want to give folks as well.
Okay. all of us, no matter where you live, feel that I'm not good enough or I should have
Mhm.
done that better. That's kind of universal.
Right.
Okay, so you go, okay, that shame guilt, you don't belong to me, go on that side. Okay, it's not going to go away, but at least your mind is not going down in the rabbit hole. I want to stop going down in the shame guilt hole of
Right.
suicide. So you put that on the side, and if you can't have help, you get help to do that. And then you go, what else? Well, I'm feeling like I'm just sad because I haven't been able to achieve this and that. So you can say, "Hi, sadness." You can write it down. Talk to your emotions. "Hi, sadness. How are you? What do you? Thank you so much for coming to talk to me." See, we want to invite our emotions in. We don't want to throw them away. We throw shame, guilt away, but we don't throw away depression, anger, anxiety, or I don't give a darn. We're like, that feeling
Hmm.
sucks. So whatever is talking to you, talk
Right.
to it. We need to talk to ourselves, not only other people. I decided I was tired of talking to
Hmm.
other people. I was just going to talk to myself, and myself started to answer. But we all talk to ourselves. That's nothing unusual.
Right.
Now, I have a DVD. It's called Out of Discord
Hmm.
into Harmony, and it's
Hmm.
on my website and YouTube channel. And that
Right.
shows you how to talk to yourself.
Gotcha. Do you think that we need to have within these conversations, is it stuff that you feel that everybody can do individually, or do you think that they need to do it in conjunction with therapists and counselors and things of that nature? Because I know a lot of times folks will think that they don't want to go see a counselor, whether that's a or a coach. Even sometimes folks don't like to go to coaches as well. So, do you think that you need to do it in conjunction with a therapist or a life coach, or do you feel that it's something that you can do on your own without going through those life coaches and therapists that have become
Well,
quite popular in this day and time?
yeah, if the life coach and the therapist knows how to do this work, okay. But, I don't know many, some of them know, but you need to talk to yourself. And when I have clients, I they email me what their emotions say, and I email them back questions. So we have, I'm their shame guilt buddy kind of
Hmm.
person, and I help them talk to themselves. And they really become very schooled at it. I mean, they don't need me much more than a couple weeks. So they go, "Oh, I know how to do that." And they do it. It's not
Right.
hard. It's self-help.
Right.
It's self-help. But if you want to go to see a therapist, go. They're out there. There's coaches out there. We all need somebody. I'm not saying don't do that. I'm saying that do what you feel to do, but you can do this self-help. This is self-help.
Right.
This is what
And
I do. You
yeah,
helping yourself.
one of our people that pops in and says things sometimes was saying that he's believing that we've got to create our own superheroes. So that's what Royce was saying, was got to create our own superheroes.
Yeah, and you write to yourself. And some people have a hard time initiating that. And that's where I do emails with people. Do this, do that, try this and that. And once you get started, your self doesn't stop talking.
Right.
It's kind of fun. But, if you want to share that with the therapist, go right ahead. I'm not saying not to. Can be used in conjunction with anything you're doing. If you're doing crystals or coaching, you can talk to yourself and share that with a coach or
Right.
share it with yourself.
Yeah, that makes a
It's
lot of sense. Are you doing most of your clients by because I know a lot of people are doing that now because of the nature of the way the world is now, through Zoom and through emails and through uh direct communications in this form and fashion, or are you having a lot come to your home where you're based at? I know you were in North Carolina at one point, and I think you were in Arizona at one point as well. So I'm not sure where you are
Oh
now.
man, you know my travels. Well, the world shut down. I do a lot on Zoom and
Mhm.
Skype. But also, I started a new Facebook group, and people may be interested in this. It's
Yeah.
called the Shame Guilt Stoppers.
Okay.
So, doesn't cost any money. Just join the Shame Guilt Stoppers, and we'll talk about how to talk to yourself.
Hmm.
And don't be shy because you didn't want to talk about shame, but that's all we talk about is shame guilt. So it's so cool.
Okay. And this group has meetings within Facebook every day, or is it meetings like weekly
Well,
or
probably weekly, but you can talk to each other. You can talk with me, but I'm going to do a FaceTime once a week
okay.
at this point. You know how it is.
Right.
This is new.
Right.
And so I thought this would help people help themselves more and get shame guilt buddies and talk to each
Right.
other. We're all in the same group.
Right.
It's where anybody talk about shame and guilt. So it isn't like it's a foreign matter. That's what we do.
And how many members are in the group right now and everything?
About 15.
Okay.
So
So
it's just
hoping
started like last week.
so hoping to double that or maybe even quadruple that and everything. So it's a brand new group, and definitely I know you're hoping to get even more people involved on a regular basis. Now, when you were doing all of this, because I also know that you did some major work in your life in the medical field, you had alluded to that earlier. But did you find yourself even falling into the shame guilt kind of lifestyle way back in the 60s when you were doing that work with open heart surgeries and also being involved with the kidney hemotalus unit and a number of the other things that you did early in your career? So was this something that you were even dealing with back then?
I was dealing with it on a subconscious level that I didn't know. I had no idea about it. Uh, I just got a client who reminded me of myself
Hmm.
that there always were in shame and guilt, that you didn't know anything differently. And that's really the worst thing to happen because you're so involved in it, you can't even tell that you were in it. And I don't think I'm alone.
Right.
So when it finally came to my conscious mind, I was so excited, like I said before, because I never knew what all those things were for 50 years that hurt me. I mean, I cried a lot and got hurt, but I'm a very resourceful person, so I just keep up and keep going. So that's what kept me going. But even you fall down with that too. So I didn't know it consciously, but I had a very stressful time because of being hurt and not knowing why that happened. So if we can just make that available for people today, is that that's why you're getting hurt. We're not going to fix it right away, but at least you understand what's happening and we can do something about it and you're good. You just got shame guilt energy. That's all.
Yeah, because sometimes I think there's this shame guilt for things that you don't necessarily have control over. I know that even in your own bio, you talked about the fact of having those miscarriages and things of that nature. And sometimes those are things that are outside of our own control and everything, but we allow that to shame and guilt us and all of that. And then
Because
later
we
on,
don't know any different.
right,
We don't know any different. I was, religious school and um, always helping others, which is good. But, we're all victims of this. But now it's time to say, okay, this is it. I don't have to be hurt anymore.
because as you're saying, we're all victims of it. It seems to me that a lot of times, and I was wondering your thoughts on this, but it seems like some of our, and I know you're using social media to help with getting your word out, but it also seems that social media has helped with empowering shame and guilt. I'm thinking about like the whole
Uh,
cancel culture and some of the other things that we
oh,
saw going on. Even the last person that was at 1600 and the way that he used shame and guilt to motivate people to do things and everything. So it seems to me that this has been as you said earlier, becoming even more of a pandemic than the existing pandemic in the sense that it's becoming even a greater problem because we've got new tools to use with shame and guilt, like the ways that we use Facebook or
bull-
Twitter or
bullying and
right,
calling people out and public shaming is thousands of times more hurtful than the shame we get from one individual.
right,
So public shaming, the bullying on Facebook, etc. That's why I have this small group and we talk
right.
because we know. But Facebook and there's so many medias, texting and you know, getting divorced over text. I mean, things that sort like that. You hear stories, somebody gets divorced and but they were told by text they were getting a divorce, and we've lost personal contact, and that is shame in itself. Personal contact, our loneliness, our isolation, that's all shame.
Yeah, that's definitely all shame and everything. And I know a lot of times but sometimes we also shame folks when they're doing things that probably to some degree are part of that, the bullying and everything. I'm thinking about like how a lot of times we'll shame the child that is sitting there texting in a family environment because they're texting, and I guess the family member wants them to actually be engaged in the conversation, but they're texting their buddy way on the other side of town, or sometimes they're even texting each other. They're on a date right there in front of each other. So, like I said, I don't quite understand that one, but I do know that that goes on and everything. But I was wondering, do you think that sometimes these tools that are more modern tools are also used in a very shameful way?
Well, we could use anything for shame.
Right.
It's very versatile, um, of course, but we have to look at how our generation was raised. They were raised with an iPad or a cell phone, and
Right.
that's the means of communication. They don't really think about it, but I'm older, and I I always said that I don't want to receive a text. I want to hear your voice. To hear
Right.
your voice is important to me because we lose that sensory awareness, and that's shaming too. We're
Hmm.
becoming less sensitive, and her humanity craves. We crave togetherness. We crave warmth and love
Right.
and communication. Well, you're in a podcast, so
Right.
you understand what I'm saying. So send me in text instead of singing happy birthday to me is a
Right.
big, big deal.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. And saying that personal connection is what most of us want in some form or fashion or another. And it's not the same thing as just hearing it over the telephone, or definitely getting it even in a letter and everything. You want that personal connection, like you just said.
We need the voice.
Hmm.
We need that. We have so many senses,
Right.
and each sense must be acknowledged or we lose it.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Definitely got to use that on a regular basis and everything. Otherwise, we could definitely lose it, and it wouldn't have the same kind of impact at all.
I just read an article. I don't remember the person's name, but it's kind of logical that since we've been in isolation, so to speak, we're not as sharp with our minds. We tend to
Right.
forget things. Um, we don't have the same feelings towards other people. We find out that we forgot to do this or forget to do that. And it's not the age, it's, younger people
Hmm.
that have just sort of vegetated. And if we don't use our minds, use our hearts and our souls, we lose it.
Yep. And like I said, it seems to be so tied into all aspects of our life. I know that one of the things that you said was that this is the most forbidden subject that's out there, even more so than the subject of sex and everything. But I would add that shame probably even plays a part in sex, because a lot of
Oh, of
times
course it does.
people are ashamed of what they do or don't do within their own sex lives.
Exactly. Oh, that's a whole nother story. So you can see, and it's individual because each person responds differently to the shame guilt behaviors, both with, and we shame ourselves. That's the
Right.
biggest shame. The biggest shame is shaming ourselves. And to offset that, you need to compliment yourself. Like I'm going to say, I did good on the podcast, even though I messed up here and there. It doesn't matter. I did good. We have to compliment ourselves. I remember I used to have a recording. I recorded my voice,
Hmm.
all the positive affirmations, because I was so depressed. And I would play that tape over and over again. So I would hear positive remarks from my own voice.
Right.
When we hear positive remarks from our own voice, it's so much more effective than distilling a positive, someone reading it. We have to say it to ourselves.
Oh yeah. We definitely have to say it to ourselves and say it to ourselves on a regular basis. And unfortunately, we don't do enough of that. Do you think that it's something that you'll be able to carry this to a greater global kind of audience and everything? I'm thinking that this is something that, there was that whole exercise movement that one of our presidents, or actually a couple of our presidents, have been part of the whole exercise movement. I think Carter was one, and there have been a couple of others as well. But it seems to me that we need to have somebody, maybe Biden, since his wife is an educator, that can take up the mantle of shame and abuse, and definitely some of our athletes who are oftentimes even part of the shame and abuse that goes on and everything. So I was wondering, do you think that this is something that can take on a global appeal, and definitely a national appeal, if it gets like the endorsement of some of our preeminent figures in here? I mean, when I think of shame and guilt, I would think that, because I know I've read her story. I don't know the woman personally, but when I've read her story, it seems to me that Oprah would be the main person that would be able to understand what shame and guilt is, because it seems to me that in some ways you and her have some similar life stories.
Um, I think if we talk, but I mean other people as well, and athletes, we all have the same story. It has different manifestations, but we'll see where God takes this. And that's where I am. And I believe somebody will help broadcast it because of their own integrity. Like, I want to do this because I know it's right. And I have been sponsored for my film because someone just wanted that information out. So
Yes.
it's more of a it's more of a cause,
Right.
than anything. And I agree with you that a person of fame can do a lot for this cause.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying.
I haven't met him yet.
Yeah,
So
well, maybe they'll be watching this show. I do know we've got different people from around the globe. There's even Alexandria May, who some people consider to be the Taylor Swift of South Africa, and she's actually got a show called Alexandria May's Music Cafe. So who knows? Maybe she'll be watching, or definitely Brother Mike, who's out of Nigeria and has some people with following in his circle. But I know Alexandria May has got a following both in South Africa and in Nashville, because before the pandemic, she was traveling back and forth between the two, being somewhat of a well, not somewhat, but being a singer songwriter and all of that. So she was traveling between the two, and I'm sure that as the vaccines go out and more people are vaccinated and more people are able to travel, because she's hoping to come back to the States. So that's one possibility. And then I know there's a young lady out of Florida who's involved with the VR and AR kind of world, and she's got some notoriety. And there are a couple of other people, even a Pulitzer Prize winner, that are a part of this international broadcast network. So maybe they'll be watching the show or watching the replay of it, and they'll resonate with what you're saying, and hopefully maybe one of them can jump on, or they can have some of their friends that they are associated with jump on as well, because I know we've even had some people associated with the NFL, like the wives of the NFL players were doing an event right around the Super Bowl, and they used this channel as a platform as well. So who knows, we might be able to dig up somebody in those realms and see if they can help your cause.
It's very interesting that the clients that I have helped, when we do the work of releasing shame and avoiding it, and their bodies become better, their health is better, they become smarter, and athletes get better, because we're removing the energy of shame, guilt from our bodies, so it has more healthy tissue. It's just removing it.
Yeah,
and then
we definitely got to have that healthy tissue.
Right. So nothing can occupy the space of two things. wait a minute. Now I think I said that backwards. But nothing. Two things cannot not operate the same space. So once shame, guilt is taken away, you have more positive energy for healthy cells, healthy brain cells, healthy muscle cells, etc. Because shame, guilt affects physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual. Everything.
Because if I'm hearing you correctly, it's almost like if we it's almost like if we can get rid of the shame guilt, that there's more opportunity for people to live. I mean, we're already getting some people that are living longer lives anyway
Of
because of
course. Of
health
course.
benefits. But it sounds to me like they could do that even without the doctors and some of the ways that people are expanding their lives now. Because definitely the lifespan is already expanding. But it seems to me that we get rid of shame and guilt, it would not be anything for right now. We still give honor to people that make it into the century mark. But if we get rid of this, people making it into the hundreds and even maybe the 110s would be the norm and not
Phenomenal.
the
Norm.
and not
Yeah.
exceptions.
Well, I was dying at 50, now I'm 77. So, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it sounds like you definitely it can encourage us to have that more healthy lifestyle and all of that. And you seem like have a lot of energy, so I wouldn't be surprised if you don't make it to the century mark or maybe even the century pass mark. Because I know there's a young lady that I know here in Durham, and I think that she just turned in back in January 103, and I don't see Miss McLaughlin going anywhere anytime soon. So I think she'll probably be
Well,
here for a few more years and all of that. And she definitely seemed to have had a positive outlook on life. It's interesting that whenever we hear people that have made it to that 100-year mark, a lot of times it's the joy of life things that they talk about is the reasons that they have lived that long. I think about the people, but sometimes those joy of life things are also deemed by society, and that probably where shame and guilt comes in as being not that great for you. But I'm thinking about, like, the 103-year-old that you might hear on a network TV, and they ask him, "Well, how did you do that?" And he tells you that and I'm not endorsing this because I don't smoke myself, but he's telling you he smoked a pack a day and he drank like a nip of whiskey every day as well, and that he might have been out there flirting with the 25 and 30-year-olds and all of that as part of the reasons that he lived to be those long years and all of that. So, like I said, some of that is stuff that society would tell you. Definitely the cigarettes, and even definitely the chasing after the much younger women is probably something that you shouldn't be doing. But you hear those folks that are saying that that's the reason that they were able to live the long lives that they had. I've heard that tale from a couple of those folks if you watch those kind of shows and everything. And I know that my dad, who just turned, well, in June, I think he'll be turning 82 and everything. And I know that he oftentimes talks about the fact of just having a joy of life being part of the reason that he does real well as well. So I can't think of any time that I've seen him, and he's a fairly well-known artist here in our local area, but I can't think of him. If he's having shame and guilt, I can't see of him like weighing in on it like too often people do. So he seems to have very much of a joy of life and definitely enjoys spending time with my nephews, his grandkids, and all, because they're my brother's kids. I don't have any kids, but he oftentimes will spend time with them, and sometimes seems to have sometimes more energy than they do.
well, there's something called resilience within us, and some of us have more resilience than others. It
Right.
just is. And so you're talking about somebody that just automatically doesn't think that that's shame guilt behavior, but they just like, oh, I don't take things like that. So they're already doing the work without knowing what they're doing.
Right.
And I think all of us have known people like that, and we admire. How can they do that? It doesn't bother them. Well, that's the way they are. They have that resilience within them. For me, and for a lot of people I know, we actually have to claim it, find it, and name it, and then we can get rid of it. That's more of the populace.
Yeah, that makes
Uh,
sense. The more the populace doesn't have that necessary resilience, they've just got to like deal with it on a regular basis and things of that nature. Do you think, and this may sound like an unusual question to ask somebody that's fighting against shame and guilt at all times, but is there ever a time that it's all right to have either shame or guilt? Or is there ever a time within our life that it is acceptable, or is it something that should always never be acceptable?
Well, that's a very good question. Um, I think we lost the voice. Are we okay with voice?
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, okay. I would say that shame guilt is a poison. So there's no healthy poison.
Gotcha.
However, at this moment in time, some people don't respond to anything but a shame guilt uh, response. They're so dense and so conditioned that they don't get what you need to tell them.
Right.
So that's kind of like an exception. And I think maybe in 20 years we won't have that.
Right.
But for all general purposes, it's best not to. Now, I believe the best leader is the one that leaves without shame guilt behavior.
Mm-hmm.
The best boss, the best parent, the best school teacher is the ones that lead without shame guilt behavior. And I think you know where I'm going on this because
Right.
it builds your confidence. It doesn't tear you down.
Right. Because it seems to me, and this is a historical leader, and I can't remember. I should know this because I definitely studied a little bit of history in college and high school. But it seems to me that wasn't it one of the Roosevelts that said that the greatest fear is fear itself. So it seems to me that he might have been the closest to being a president that was on the course of understanding this whole shame guilt kind of thought, and that was during one of the wars.
And I believe a lot of our wonderful leaders and philosophers have come with those sentences. The greatest fear is to fear itself.
Right.
And they've tried to get us away from that. But if we understand fear as shame,
Right.
then we definitely know that we just don't take it as a healthy thing to do. We know why.
Right.
And I think that's what I'm trying to do is teach people why it's not good for you. And if we know that, then we probably won't do it because we know the danger of it.
Yeah.
But just to tell somebody, don't use shame guilt behavior, it's better for you. It's not going, we're too smart for that. We have to know why. Why is that? How is that? So therefore it makes an impact. Like teaching a child. No, you need to do your homework because you got to get smart and you got to tell them why. They just aren't going to do it.
No, that makes a lot of sense. And actually, one of my guests from last week, actually earlier this week, actually a couple of days ago, was actually just giving you the thumbs up for the words that you were saying because they are a life coach out of California by way of Mexico. But Sandy Rodriguez has been watching and everything, and she's actually one of your fellow Potted members in terms of like people that you can find on that site to interview and talk to and all of that. But she wrote a book called Choose to Prevail because it's a similar kind of thought of what you're having is that we need to choose to prevail in order to become successful and all of that. So it sounds like your books are having similar mindsets and all of that.
I think all of us, the coaches, we're all be the best you can be.
Right.
Live your greatest thoughts. Turn lemons into lemonade. We're all doing this. I'm bringing the focus of shame guilt, why we have not been able to do that.
Gotcha. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense and everything. Well, I'm here to, like I said, it's been a great hour and a half conversation. I think I've got to bring up a audio part that I had recorded previously and everything. But one of the things I always tell all of my guests before they leave is anything that they would like to share. I've been running your website across the bottom and everything. So hopefully that's going to get more people engaged in the conversation and all of that. But I always let people leave their message of positivity, because it is a global internet network that we're part of, the International Broadcast Media. So I always try to get all of my guests to give their words of encouragement, their words of positivity. And you've been given a lot of that during the course of the conversation. But if there are any positive words of encouragement or positivity that you would like to share with our global audience. And of course, like I said, I've been running across on the banner ads about your different websites and all of that. So hopefully folks will be joining your Facebook group, as well as definitely checking out the channels and a number of other things.
Wow. All I can say is that we as human beings are the most magnificent species in the universe. We carry light energy and love energy, and that's important for the universe to survive. The only problem we have is shame, guilt, interfering with our lives.
Right.
We are good. We are good. We can't blame anybody else for negativity. We can only blame shame and guilt. So we only have one enemy. That's not bad.
Yep. Only one. Only
We
one
only have one
enemy.
enemy.
Only one enemy. And in your case, you've got a lot of allies, because I noticed that you talked about, and you mentioned him earlier, your partner in crime, your significant other, but you also mentioned these three amazing daughters. And I know that on your page, you also talked about having some great grandkids as well.
Yeah, they taught me how to rollerblade, so I'm really happy.
Okay.
I'm having fun. Okay, bless you.
Thank you.
Bless you. Bless you. Thank you.
No problem. So that was Lois, and she definitely was sharing some great wisdom about the whole concept of shame and guilt, and how that is a major enemy that we need to fight on a regular basis. And it's definitely something that I am encouraging folks to go to her website and definitely learn more about what she is doing, and definitely get her books and the other things that she's got going on. We definitely need to support her movie as well, because definitely it sounds like it's going to be an amazing movie, and I know I'm looking forward to its release. And who knows, maybe she'll come back on and provide us with some clips from the movie at some point as well, once the movie is closer to being done and all of that. So definitely you can reach out to her on the email as well, because that's rolling across the ticker right now. So that's definitely, as well as the website. So hopefully folks will be checking it out on a regular basis and learning what this amazing lady is doing as she continues this battle against shame and guilt, a battle that is one that must be won. It's not one that has to be won. It must be won. So definitely one that must be won, and all of that, in order for us to create this better society that I know that we all desire. And definitely, I think that she's doing some great and amazing work. And I definitely am going to offer the invitation, like I offered to Sandy and others, that anytime she feels like coming back and sharing her thoughts and her wisdom, she's always welcome to come back. Who knows? Maybe she'll even roller skate in on an episode as well. So definitely know that you're always welcome back
Thank
to
you.
share whatever wisdom you want to share.
Thank you.
No problem. So that was Lois, and like I said, I'm going to be bringing up the interview that I did earlier this week with a gentleman that was actually involved in the real estate field. So I'm definitely looking forward to bringing y'all that conversation as well. So definitely that's one of the things I'm going to pull up, and then that'll be wrapping up the online dinner party, unless have some other guests to decide to show up and all. And of course, I'll be rolling the trivia questions as to who our mystery guest will be. You know, that's part of the game that we play here on the online dinner party, where we give you clues about different folks. They might be history, they might even be around life now, and all of that. You know, in the past, we've had everybody from Shakira to Annie Oakley to John Dillinger to Fred Hampton of the Black Panthers, to a number of other mystery guests as well. So definitely looking forward to having a great conversation with our amazing mystery guests. And I think that y'all are in for a definite treat and all of that. So looking forward to having that going on. And hopefully y'all will stay tuned and enjoy the conversation that goes on with our mystery guest, which will be coming your way very shortly. And all of that. So to share with y'all on in their life. So definitely keep that in mind. The your guests will be appearing later on during the course of the online dinner party. You know, I've had some guests last week as well, and I did not get to tell you all of who they were. One of them was Madam Curry, and another one was, of course, definitely the lady behind a lot of feminist movements and things of that nature, that being definitely trying to bring in the women and to highlight them as well. So definitely, I remember Madam Curry was one of the past mystery guests, and I believe Susan Anthony was one, and I may even still have some of those clues rolling around. So I may feel those in case you want to try to guess who that third one also. But definitely, I've got two that are lined up for this particular week, and definitely looking forward to having a great conversation with the mystery guests and all of that. Just seeing that my team took a big time L, so that did not make my day at all. So Georgetown did go ahead and win and advance, just kind of destroying the Marquette Golden Eagles, beating them by like 19 points, and now they get the right to play So as I was saying, we're going to be bringing up a copy of the interview that I did with Willie Mandel, and he's definitely involved in real estate and a number of other great conversational pieces as well. So going to bring that interview up, and then that will be part of the online dinner party as well. Like I said, definitely was a great interview with Lois Hollis, and definitely was glad to see Sandy Rodriguez was checking out the show as well, and definitely was watching what we were doing on the show, and was glad to see that she was involved and sharing her thoughts, at least as being a fan and all of that. Always glad to have people come back and watch the show even after they've been on the show as well. So definitely it's great seeing that Sandy was popping in and checking out what we were doing here and what was going on in that regard. So definitely, I know a lot of folks are definitely paying attention to what's going on in the world of sports. I don't know what's going on in the ACC tournament, and I know that the Big East has eliminated my team. I guess I have to figure out somebody else who I'm going to root for in terms of the big dance and all of that, because I have no idea who's going to be doing anything in these regards, as a lot of these teams are definitely having some hard times with their squads and all of that. So it's going to be interesting to see how this all plays out and everything along those lines. So I'm going to be trying to check it out and seeing who I want to root for, and definitely following a number of things in that regard. So I know a lot of people will probably be doing the same as me, trying to see who they're going to root for. And who knows, I'm still trying to talk to the folks at the International Broadcast Media about even getting a little bit of one of those tournaments going and all of that. So we're going to see whether that's able to be pulled off or not. But yours truly is trying to make it happen, and we're going to see if I'm able to pull it off, or if it's not going to happen this time around. But do know that I am trying to make it happen, and definitely am hoping that it will be something that is able to be done in the very near future. So keep that in mind, that that is something that I am working on, and hoping that y'all will be checking it out and joining me as I try to get that off the ground as well. So definitely should be interesting to see how this all plays out and whether we're able to get that here on the air or not. But I am definitely trying to get it to happen, and definitely hopefully it will happen in the very near future. So that being said, I'm going to see if I can get this to pull up or not, because this is something different that they're allowing to happen on the StreamYard and all of that. So we're going to see if this actually works or does not work. So like I said, this is my first time trying this particular way of doing things. So we're going to see if this actually gets pulled off or not, or if I have to try a different way. So we're going to see if this particular way works, or we go for round two and all of that. So it works. So, hey, it works. All right, folks, we've got a special edition of the radio show with Mark Lee, and we've got a very special guest that'll be joining us very shortly to talk about what he's got going on in terms of wealth building and things along those lines. Because definitely a lot of folks are definitely much concerned about generational wealth in this day and time, and a lot of folks are trying to figure out ways that they can do better in that category. So definitely glad to have Willie Mandrell joining us. So about to have Willie come on and tell us a little bit about how he got started with his company and all of that. So glad to have you on, Willie. And if you'll tell our listeners from the International Broadcast Media, which airs all over the world. We've got listeners in Australia, in South Africa, and a number of other places, about your company, how you got started with it, and a little bit about your own background. Because like I said, I do know that generational wealth is very much an important issue that a lot of people are paying attention to at this day and time, particularly with things going on with COVID and with Black Lives Matter and a number of other things that have got us thinking about our own economy and our own survival. So definitely would love to hear more of your thoughts about how you got started and some of the things that you're finding even in your business over there in Massachusetts.
Gotcha. So yeah, so my name is Willie. I've been a real estate investor. I've been in the investing business for about 15 years, 2006. Got started really because my grandmother was also in the business. My grandmother, Black woman from the South, she moved up from Boston, from Macon, Georgia, 1950s, and worked odd jobs here and there, and then eventually ended up buying a brownstone here in Boston. They weren't famous at the time. They weren't, the South End and Newbury Street and Copley weren't popular neighborhoods back then. The South End was really just kind of the slums, and she bought this brick building, rented out all the rooms, and slowly started to kick people out over the time, increased rents, property appreciated a little bit. She would pull a little equity out, go buy another building. My grandfather's in the military, so he's, back and forth, going 3-4 months at a time, sometimes a year at a time. So she's really doing this all on herself, all by herself, with a great education, really. Because I mean, in the when she was coming on, she was born 1926. So you're talking about 1930s, 1940s. There was no requirement to go to high school. There was no no laws that were allowing her to go to college, really. I mean, it was really, she's, operating on a 6th grade education. And unfortunately, skipped a generation. My father wanted nothing to really do with the real estate business. My grandmother personally felt like she handed too many things to them, didn't to my father and my brother. Mm-hmm. His brother, my uncle, didn't make them work for enough. So when my brothers and I came along, she wanted to, teach a man to fish versus handing a man a fish or giving a man a fish. And that was changes. She changed her philosophy a little bit, pushed us to get into the business, encouraged us. I went to high school, obviously went to college, and she used to always tell me, look what I've been able to do with a 6th grade education. Imagine what you're able to do with high school education, with a formal college education. And for those of you familiar with Grant Cardone and 10X, essentially she was telling me to 10X the business way back then, long before he made it, a popular phrase. So that's what I did. I got out of college. I bought my first property at 23 years old, 2006. Probably one of the worst times to buy. We were looking at the height of the market, across the country. Stock market fell in 2007. Housing market crashed 2008. But through some of my studies and through listening to her words, you don't run when there's problems. You look for opportunity when there's problems. When the housing market fell, I lost about $60,000 in terms of the value, in terms of my property value. But instead of running and running away from the real estate market and saying this wasn't for me, I looked for other opportunities, other properties that were selling at a discount in 2010, 2011, 2012. 2012, we probably made some of our best investments, my wife and I. Some of those properties we're still holding on today, and they've tripled in value. Some of the things that we were buying at $300,000 here in Boston, $350, are now well over $1 million here in Boston. So that's my journey. My company. My grandmother passed 4 or 5 years ago, and the company is just trying to continue her legacy here in Boston. Continue to build that. We own roughly 50 units now. At the time, we're looking to double that portfolio in the next year or two, and possibly expand to some other places. I'm looking at Virginia, Atlanta, and a couple other states as well. Good, states with good economics. But now it's just all about, for me, just teaching other people. I'm 37 years old today, and I look back and I say, what are the people at, at 23, 24, 20, 27, and how do I help them, continue to build something? Or even if you're my age or a little older, how do you continue to, take the real estate, and like you said, create generational wealth with it, continue to build wealth, and then, pass it down to a younger generation. I had the benefit of having my grandmother, someone who was successful in this business, but I understand that not everybody else has that. So, the joke I frequently tell is I like to try to be but everybody else's grandma in this situation, people that didn't have a grandmother, right? So, but no, that's what we do. So we have wealth building courses. We teach through a platform I call Wealth Builder Nation. In about 10 different cities right now, 3,000 members. That's probably going to double in next year, entering 10 more cities pretty soon. And it's just webinars. It's, coaching calls. It's free educational videos, everything about, I bring in a lot of specialists and just teach people about, the wealth building, opportunities that are out there, and just kind of opening your eyes to certain things in real estate and the stock market, and a whole bunch of other different things that we should be educating ourselves about. So
now, one of the things that I was curious about is that I've got friends in the real estate business, some that are brokers and other things here in North Carolina, but they've actually been telling me that they were actually somewhat surprised at how well they were doing. Now, some of this may be corporate real estate, but how well they were doing during this age of COVID that we've been in for just a little over a year now. So I was wondering, were you finding similar kind of things that the business was doing better than you expected, even though we've been having a lot of people, hunkered down and staying at home and doing things more virtually? Because I do know that a couple of friends of mine told me that they've done better than they expected in the real estate market.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that's all a facade right now, right? If you understand economics, right now, we are being artificially propped up over this COVID period, right? I mean, what are we, 13 months into it right now?
Right.
You have a whole bunch of PPP money going out to support businesses, and may sound really bad. But I'm gonna give you the truth here. A lot of those businesses probably shouldn't be in business, but they're being artificially propped up by PPP money. You have a lot of people who have been sitting at home for a long time on unemployment. Unemployment in many states, especially here in Massachusetts, has been extended 3-4 times. Another 10 weeks, another 10 weeks. So what happens when unemployment goes away? You have a lot of student loans. Sallie Mae is deferring all of their loans. Their students that have been out of work, right? Those restaurants closed. The student is now out of work. They've also not had to pay their Sallie Mae payment or their student loan payments, right? You've had mortgages in forbearance right now. Tons of mortgages that are in forbearance. Those are going to come out. You've had stimulus checks going out, federal stimulus checks going out. Over the last 13 months, you have this artificial, these arms just holding up the U.S. economy right now. So the idea that you're doing better during COVID, I would like to see, and again, I don't want to sound like Debbie Downer here, but if you understand interest rates super low right now, artificially propping us up. When the Fed wants to stimulate the economy, they lower interest rates, pushing up people to spend more money and do all these things. So when you think about it, these things have to go away soon. They have to, right? You can't continue to have people on massive unemployment. You can't continue to send out stimulus checks. You can't continue to send PPP money to businesses that are not supporting themselves, right? You can't continue to keep Sallie Mae and student loans deferred. You can't continue to keep people out of foreclosure. Eviction moratoriums. You have eviction moratoriums right now that are, I have a tenant who owes me $30,000 right now, and I can't evict them because they're, like I said, I can't take them to court. So you have a lot of different things, a lot of mechanisms right now that are artificially propping us up and keeping us where we need to be. So you're not going to see that. But here's the problem. All of those things have to go away at some point. You can't continue to feed the economy paper money. Or if you do, the only thing that's going to happen is massive inflation. You can continue to give people, money and print money as the U.S. government, but the price of milk is going to be $7-8 pretty soon. You're never going to be able to afford a house because it's going to be $1 million everywhere. That inflation comes from you pushing more money into the economy, then the price of everything just goes up. So I would say to your friend, enjoy it now, but I would definitely, prepare for, a couple of cold winters, so like this guy in Boston, coming up pretty soon. And for those who look at what I just said and described it as doomsday, I don't mean go out and save every penny that you have. I would say keep your eyes open when there's a transfer of wealth when bad things happen, right? That's what 2008 was, 2009, 2010. It was a wealth transfer. There's going to be opportunities out there. And if you're a savvy investor or a savvy person, I'm not saying hunker down and stay inside. I'm saying keep your eyes open. And when everybody else is running right, look to the left because that's where the opportunities are.
No, that makes a lot of sense and everything. I was on another kind of one of these calls and everything. Thing not that long ago with a friend of mine out of Malaysia, and he had a gentleman on Having a little bit of a technical glitch, and while we get that repaired and everything, we're going to just keep this thing rolling along. But we will be back very shortly with the rest of that interview with Mr. Mandrell and him talking about real estate and lessons that he learned from his grandma and a number of other things as well. So definitely that'll be coming your way very shortly, and definitely looking forward to a great conversation and all of that. So definitely keep that in mind, that we're going to have that going on, and definitely looking forward to an amazing conversation to be had with Mr. Mandrell, and we're getting ready to bring that back up in a matter of a few minutes or so. But in the meantime, we'll see what other kind of things are going on in the world and what other kind of things that folks may be interested in learning about. So, we're always trying to keep you informed about a number of things happening in our community and around our world. So definitely always glad to keep y'all informed about a number of things happening in our society and ways that we can definitely do some embetterment and definitely do things on the better side and all of that. So definitely like to make people better in all ways possible and all of that. So love to keep y'all informed about a number of things that are happening around the globe that y'all may be interested in learning about and all of that. So get ready to see about bringing up the rest of the interview with Mr. Mandrell, and definitely hope that folks are enjoying the online dinner party. Don't forget, we do have our mystery guests as well. So I'm going to reveal some of the clues about the mystery guests so that y'all can be trying to guess who these folks are. And like I said, we did have 3 mystery guests last week and all of that. So one of the mystery guests was the first African American that was elected to the Texas Senate after Reconstruction. So that's one of the clues of our mystery guest. Another mystery guest clue was the first Southern Black female elected to the United States House of Representatives back in 1973. And she was inducted into the Texas Women's Hall of Fame in 1984. And apparently she spent a year at Tuskegee Institute teaching political science. So that's just some of the clues about one of our 2 mystery guests. And like I said, we did have 3 of them last week, and I will tell you their names as well. Might even show you some of their clues also. But she was the first African-American woman to deliver the keynote address at a Democratic National Convention. So that's definitely another clue about this particular mystery guest that y'all may be interested in knowing as well. So definitely that's some of the clues about this person. And after her death, she became the first African-American to be buried in Texas State Cemetery. President Bill Clinton, or former President Bill Clinton, wished to nominate her for the United States Supreme Court. However, her ailing health deterred him from doing so. So she was going to have the job of being in the Supreme Court, but then her health got in the way of all of that. She is known for her elegant opening statements at the House Judiciary Committee hearings during the impeachment process against Richard Nixon. And, we love getting quotes from some of these folks as well. And one of these quotes is, "Education remains the key to both economic and political empowerment." She also said, "Do not call for black power or green power, call for brain power." And she said, "What the people want is very simple. They want an America as good as its promise." And then she also said, "Life is too large to hang out a sign saying for man only." And then another quote from hers was, "If you're going to play the game properly, you'd better know every rule." And then this is one that I find very apropos for this particular time and everything. "More is required of public officials than slogans and handshakes and press releases. More is required. We must hold ourselves strictly accountable. We must provide the people with a vision of the future." And then she also said, "Education remains the key to both economic and political empowerment." So that's another quote that she said was, "Education remains the key to both political and economic empowerment." And then another thing that she said was that we as human beings must be willing to accept people who are different from ourselves. And I definitely agree with that. And then she said, "Think what a better world it would be. The whole world had cookies and milk about 3 o'clock every afternoon,
and then lay down on our blankets for a nap. And since it is Women's History Month, this is what she said about you lady folks. I believe that women have a capacity for understanding and compassion, which a man structurally does not have. Does not have it because he cannot have it. He's just incapable of it. And then this is another thing she said. If society today allows wrongs to go unchallenged, the impression is created that those wrongs have the approval of the majority. And then I like this one as well. Just remember, the world is not a playground, but a schoolroom. Life is not a holiday, but an education. One eternal lesson for us all to teach us how better we should love. And then last but not least, we must exchange the philosophy of excuse. What I am is beyond my control for the philosophy of responsibility. So definitely believing in the philosophy of responsibility and all of that. And I know a lot of folks can definitely agree that responsibility is definitely something that we all need to be paying attention to on a regular basis. So that was some of the quotes from one of our mystery guests. I'll be bringing up some more quotes from the other mystery guests. And like I said, I may reveal the mystery guests from last week as well. So definitely always glad to share with y'all the conversation about who our mystery guests are and what they've got going on in their world. So that's just some of the mystery guest conversation that was taking place and all of that. So definitely glad to see that folks are paying attention and definitely engaged in the conversation with us, and definitely learning a lot of different things that are going on in their world and with their world. So definitely glad to have these great conversations with y'all here on the online dinner party, and definitely looking forward to having some more amazing conversations as well. So definitely, by the way, it looks like the U.S. is going to buy 100 million more of the J&J doses, that being that particular vaccine and all. So definitely that's going to be really interesting to see that they are buying more doses and more people are actually going to be getting those doses in the not too distant future and all of that. I know that I just recently filled out a form, and I think that I'm in group 4 and all of that, not being in a critical work kind of job or anything along those lines. So definitely glad to see a number of folks are paying attention to some great things happening in the world, including the fact that these doses are out there and all of that. So definitely glad to see that and all of that. So just letting y'all see some of the great news stories that are going on. By the way, women careers are being held back by an entitlement gap in the workplace, according to new research by LinkedIn in partnership with the Female Lead, heightening barriers to progression, pay, and gender equality. It takes me 20 years to realize that I too have a voice, that I too have power, says HR Rewired MD Shireen Daniels, telling LinkedIn her vision is that professionals focus more on what it is I can do and how I can do it, rather than this is what I can't do. So definitely they were having that going on and all of that. Says that one of the other articles I said that only 6% of U.S. women believe women are represented very accurately in today's advertising, per exclusive Morning Consult research for marketers must read. Though women influence 85% of all purchasing decisions, their representation in advertising is often reductive and stereotypical. So definitely seems like we've definitely got to do better in the way that we portray our women in society and the ways that we do things in that regard as well. So we've definitely got to do a lot better on a number of fronts, that being just one of them, that we must do a much better job of and all of that. So I'm sure many of you can agree with me that we've got to do a much better job on a number of issues, that being just one of them that we've got to do better in and all of that. So definitely going to tell you more about that J&J dose, and I'm going to try to bring up the rest of the interview with Mr. Mandrell as well. So definitely I'm going to pull up the article that I just found on the J&J dose and share that with you, in addition to definitely sharing some other things with you also. It says President Joe Biden is ordering the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services to buy 100 million additional doses of Johnson & Johnson's single-shot COVID-19 vaccine. The pharmaceutical giant had already agreed to provide 100 million doses by the end of June, per CNBC. The news came ahead of Biden's vaccine summit with Johnson & Johnson and Merck executives at the White House. According to the New York Times, the Biden administration wants to have enough vaccines available for children and, if necessary, provide booster doses to people fighting off variants of the virus. In other virus news, starting Wednesday, Texas became the largest state to lift its mask mandate, with some cities and businesses will keep enforcing mask requirements despite the state order. Black and Latino communities are facing a barrage of vaccine misinformation, per the New York Times. So definitely that's some of the things that are going on in our world right now and all of that. So I'm going to see about if we can't pull up the rest of the interview. So if y'all see the screen going back to our usual
All right, folks, we've got a special edition of the radio show with Mark Lee, and we've got a very special guest that'll be joining us very shortly to talk about what he's got going on in terms of wealth building and things along those lines. Because definitely a lot of folks are definitely much concerned about generational wealth in this day and time, and a lot of folks are trying to figure out ways that they can do better in that category. So definitely glad to have Willie Mandrell joining us. So about to have Willie come on and tell us a little bit about how he got started with his company and all of that. So glad to have you on, Willie. And if you'll tell our listeners from the International Broadcast Media, which All right, folks, we've got a special edition of the radio show with Mark Lee, and we've got a very special guest that'll be joining us very shortly to talk about what he's got going on in terms of wealth building and things along those lines. Because definitely a lot of folks are definitely much concerned about generational wealth in this day and time, and a lot of folks are trying to figure out ways that they can do better in that category. So definitely glad to have Willie Mandrell joining us. So about to have Willie come on and tell us a little bit about how he got started with his company and all of that. So glad to have you on, Willie. And if you'll tell our listeners from the international broadcast media, which airs all over the world, we've got listeners in Australia, in South Africa, and a number of other places about your company, how you got started with it, and a little bit about your own background. Because, like I said, I do know that generational wealth is a very much an important issue that a lot of people are paying attention to at this day and time, particularly with things going on with COVID and with Black Lives Matter and a number of other things that have got us thinking about our own economy and our own survival. So definitely would love to hear more of your thoughts about how you got started and some of the things that you're finding even in your business over there in Massachusetts.
Gotcha. So yeah, so my name is Willie. Been a real estate investor. Been in the investing business for about 15 years. 2006. Got started really because my grandmother was also in the business. My grandmother, black woman from the South. She moved up from Boston, from Macon, Georgia, 1950s, and worked odd jobs here and there, and then eventually ended up buying a brownstone here in Boston. They weren't famous at the time. They weren't, the South End and Newbury Street and Copley weren't popular neighborhoods back then. The South End was really just kind of the slums. And she bought this brick building, rented out all the rooms, and slowly started to kick people out over the time, increased rents, property appreciated a little bit. She would pull a little equity out, go buy another building. My grandfather's in the military, so he's back and forth, going 3-4 months at a time, sometimes a year at a time. So she's really doing this all on herself, all by herself, with a great education. Really, because I mean, in the 19 when she was coming on, she was born 1926. So you're talking about 1930s, 1940s. There was no requirement to go to high school. There was no no laws that were allowing her to go to college, really. And it was really, she's operating on a sixth grade education. And unfortunately, skipped a generation. My father wanted nothing to really do with the real estate business. My grandmother personally felt like she handed too many things to them, didn't to my father and my brother, his brother, my uncle, didn't make them work for enough. So when my brothers and I came along, she wanted to teach a man to fish versus handing a man a fish or giving a man a fish. And that was changes. She changed her philosophy a little bit. Pushed us to get into the business, encouraged us. I went to high school, obviously went to college, and she used to always tell me, look what I've been able to do with a sixth grade education. Imagine what you're able to do with high school education, with a formal college education. For those of you familiar with Grant Cardone, in 10X, essentially she was telling me to the business way back then.
All right, folks, we've got a special edition of the radio show with Mark Lee, and we've got a very special guest that'll be joining us very shortly to talk about what he's got going on in terms of wealth building and things along those lines. Because definitely a lot of folks are definitely much concerned about generational wealth in this day and time, and a lot of folks are trying to figure out ways that they can do better in that category. So definitely glad to have Willie Mandrell joining us. So about to have Willie come on and tell us a little bit about how he got started with his company and all of that. So glad to have you on, Willie. And if you'll tell our listeners from the international broadcast media, which airs all over the world, we've got listeners in Australia, in South Africa, and a number of other places, about your company, how you got started with it, and a little bit about your own background. Because like I said, I do know that generational wealth is a very much an important issue that a lot of people are paying attention to at this day and time, particularly with things going on with COVID and with Black Lives Matter and a number of other things that have got us thinking about our own economy and our own survival. So definitely would love to hear more of your thoughts about how you got started and some of the things that you're finding even in your business over there in Massachusetts.
Gotcha. So yeah, so my name is Willie. Been a real estate investor. Been in the investing business for about 15 years. 2006. Got started really because my grandmother was also in the business. My grandmother, Black woman from the South, she moved up from Boston, from Macon, Georgia, 1950s, and worked odd jobs here and there, and then eventually ended up buying a brownstone here in Boston. They weren't famous at the time. They weren't, the South End and Newbury Street and Copley weren't popular neighborhoods back then. The South End was really just kind of the slums, and she bought this brick building, rented out all the rooms, and slowly started to kick people out over the time, increased rents, property appreciated a little bit. She would pull a little equity out, go buy another building. My grandfather's in the military, so he's, back and forth, going 3-4 months at a time, sometimes a year at a time. So she's really doing this all by herself, with a great education, really. Because in the when she was coming on, she was born 1926. So you're talking about 1930s. She bought this brick building, rented out all the rooms, and slowly started selling at a discount in 2010, 2011, 2012. 2012, we probably made some of our best investments, my wife and I. Some of those properties we're still holding on today, and they've tripled in value. Some of the things that we were buying at 300,000 here in Boston, 350, are now well over $1 million here in Boston. So that's my journey. My company, my grandmother passed 4 or 5 years ago, and the company is just trying to continue her legacy here in Boston. Continue to build that. We own roughly 50 units now. At the time, we're looking to double that portfolio in the next year or two, and possibly expand to some other places. I'm looking at Virginia, Atlanta, and a couple other states as well. Good states with good economics. But now it's just all about, for me, just teaching other people. I'm 37 years old today, and I look back and I say, what are the people at 23, 24, 20, 27, and how do I help them continue to build something? Or even if you're my age or a little older, how do you continue to take the real estate and like you said, create generational wealth with it, continue to build wealth, and then pass it down to a younger generation. I had the benefit of having my grandmother, someone who was successful in this business, but I understand that not everybody else has that. So the joke I frequently tell is I like to try to be but everybody else's grandma in this situation. People that didn't have my grandmother, right? So, but no, that's what we do. So we have wealth building courses. We teach through a platform I call Wealth Builder Nation. In about 10 different cities right now, 3,000 members. That's probably going to double in next year, entering 10 more cities pretty soon. And it's just webinars. It's coaching calls. It's free educational videos. Everything about I bring in a lot of specialists and just teach people about the wealth building opportunities that are out there, and just kind of opening your eyes to certain things in real estate and the stock market, and a whole bunch of other different things that we should be educating ourselves about. So
now, one of the things that I was curious about is that I've got friends in the real estate business, some that are brokers and other things here in North Carolina, but they've actually been telling me that they were actually somewhat surprised at how well they were doing. Now, some of this may be corporate real estate, but how well they were doing during this age of COVID that we've been in for just a little over a year now. So I was wondering, were you finding similar kind of things, that the business was doing better than you expected, even though we've been having a lot of people, hunkered down and staying at home and doing things more virtually? Because I do know that a couple of friends of mine told me that they've done better than they expected in the real estate market.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that's all a facade right now, right? If you understand economics right now, we are being artificially propped up over this COVID period, right? I mean, what are we 13 months into it right now? Right. You have a whole bunch of PPP money going out to support businesses, and this may sound really bad. I'm gonna give you the truth here. A lot of those businesses probably shouldn't be in business, but they're being artificially propped up by PPP money. You have a lot of people who have been sitting at home for a long time on unemployment. Unemployment in many states, especially here in Massachusetts, has been extended 3-4 times. Another 10 weeks. So what happens when unemployment goes away? You have a lot of student loans. Sallie Mae is deferring all of their loans. Their students that have been out of work, right? Those restaurants closed. The student is now out of work. They've also not had to pay their Sallie Mae payment or their student loan payments, right? You've had mortgages in forbearance right now. Tons of mortgages that are in forbearance. Those are going to come out. You've had stimulus checks going out, federal stimulus checks going out. Over the last 13 months, you have this artificial, these arms just holding up the U.S. economy right now. So the idea that you're doing better during COVID, I would like to see, and again, I don't want to sound like Debbie Downer here, but if you understand interest rates super low right now, artificially propping us up. When the Fed wants to stimulate the economy, they lower interest rates, pushing up people to spend more money and do all these things. So when you think about it, these things have to go away soon. They have to, right? You can't continue to have people on massive unemployment. You can't continue to send out stimulus checks. You can't continue to send PPP money to businesses that are not supporting themselves, right? You can't continue to keep Sallie Mae and student loans deferred. You can't continue to keep people out of foreclosure. Eviction moratoriums. You have eviction moratoriums right now that are, I have a tenant who owes me $30,000 right now, and I can't evict them because they're, like I said, I can't take them to court. So you have a lot of different things, a lot of mechanisms right now that are artificially propping us up and keeping us where we need to be. So you're not going to see that. But here's the problem. All of those things have to go away at some point. You can't continue to feed the economy paper money. Or if you do, the only thing that's going to happen is massive inflation. You can continue to give people, money and print money as the U.S. government, but the price of milk is going to be $7, $8 pretty soon. You're never going to be able to afford a house because it's going to be $1 million everywhere. That inflation comes from you pushing more money into the economy, then the price of everything just goes up. So I would say to your friend, enjoy it now, but I would definitely, prepare for, a couple of cold winters, so like this guy in Boston, coming up pretty soon. And for those who look at what I just said and described it as doomsday, I don't mean go out and save every penny that you have. I would say keep your eyes open when there's a transfer of wealth when bad things happen, right? That's what 2008 was, 2009, 2010. It was a wealth transfer. There's going to be opportunities out there. And if you're a savvy investor or a savvy person, I'm not saying hunker down and stay inside. I'm saying keep your eyes open. And when everybody else is running right, look to the left, because that's where the opportunities are.
No, that makes a lot of sense and everything. I was on another kind of one of these calls and everything not that long ago with a friend of mine out of Malaysia, and he had a gentleman on that was purporting the want of a universal income and things of that nature. And I was wondering, and I'm thinking you're probably not a big fan of that, but I was wondering what your thoughts are about that, because I've heard people out there putting out this whole concept of kind of like that stimulus check that you were talking about, but it being some sort of universal income that everybody would have at some time or another. And this was a gentleman that was out of the West Coast, if I remember correctly, that was purporting that he was a big fan of that and wanted that to happen in our economy. But I don't see that happening, but I was just wondering your thoughts on it.
No, I'm a big fan of capitalism. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, I know if you're struggling, maybe you're not, and you think the idea of everybody being equal is great, but it's not. I mean, I look at it like this. I mean, if you basically gave me $2,000 a month, right? I mean, number one, it's going to cost me more to live in Boston than it is going to be somebody else from Virginia or whatever, wherever it is, Mississippi, right? So, I mean, I don't know how you really balance that out, but let's say hypothetically you give everybody $2,000. What incentive do I have to go out and create? What incentive do I have to go out and be innovative? What incentive do I have to go out and and expand our way of life, right? Why come up with the iPhone 12? There is no iPhone 12 because there's no incentive. You know what I'm saying? If everybody made the same, I think that's what you're talking about, right? If everybody made the same exact thing and we all just had this universal income from the government, number one, how do you tax it? Where does the money come from? Because if nobody's actually making any more money and everybody's just sitting at home because they're going to get that just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. We live in the greatest country in the world because we live in a capitalist society. We're constantly pushing each other. If no one goes out and invents the iPhone, then how do all of these app companies, all the new companies that are creating all these apps right now, how do they even exist if there's no iPhone to put those apps on, right? So there's a whole bunch of businesses that are no longer needed, right? It just doesn't work. Capitalism makes every single one of us be innovative, makes every one of us push to be better and better versions of ourselves, right? It just doesn't work. I can talk about that for hours, but in my opinion, like I said, the reason I am where I am and the reason I think you're always going to have the idea that you can eliminate poverty, in my opinion, is just false. You can't do it. No matter what you're doing, there's always going to be people at the top and there's always going to be people at the bottom. That's just the way the world works. I mean, it's just like anything else in life. If you think about it, how can everybody in a class, in a classroom in school be equal? You can't. It just doesn't work that way. There's always going to be kids at the top and there's always going to be kids even at Harvard University and MIT. There are kids at the top and there are kids at the bottom. Nobody really cares if you're the last place at, MIT. You still graduated from MIT, but there are still kids at the bottom and there are still kids at the top. If you run a marathon, there are still guys and girls that are going to be in the front. There's still guys and girls that are going to be in the back. It's just the way the world works. It's the way everything in society works. I mean, between animals, there's always going to be a gazelle or whatever lion's chase that gets caught because he or she was the slowest. There's always going to be the guy who gets away because he was the fastest. That's just the way the world works. We capitalist society, we, you know, like I said, there's always going to be people at the bottom, and it is up to those people at the bottom. The thing that I would add to that is the reason I still love America, and I know that Black people have gone through some struggles, and my grandmother went through those struggles, and even me as a youth have gone through those struggles. But America, at the end of the day, I still think, in my opinion, gives me the best opportunity to be anything that I want to be at the end of the day. And that's what I came from the bottom, right? Even when I described my parents, and a lot of people think that when I tell my story, they get this false sense that, well, his grandmother was rich and she passed him down a whole bunch of stuff. It didn't work that way. My father was passed down a whole bunch of stuff. He didn't appreciate it, didn't respect it. So my grandmother said, you know what? I'm going to treat you guys a little bit differently. My mother and my grandmother didn't get along. My father disappeared when I was 5 years old. Haven't seen him since. And we were in and out of shelters. We were in and out of, group homes. We were in and out of, public housing. So I've been, at the bottom, like I said, I've, been, arrested. I've been, in trouble in school. I actually dropped out of high school, went back, got my GED, and then went to college. I've had a very unique, beginning. But the one thing that I always believed is, at the end of the day, I can do anything I want to do. And I think that's why, I love living in a capitalist country where we're not handed anything, where it gives us an incentive to be innovative, and push ourselves to be the best versions of ourselves.
No, I definitely agree with you on that. I actually had the pleasure on my audio podcast yesterday of talking to George Boley, who is from the New Jersey area, and he's involved in real estate as well. And one of the things he was saying, and I was wondering your thoughts on this, is that he thinks that we also need to, find ways to invest in real estate, meaning those in the Black and brown communities, he put it in everything, in the United States, but we also need to explore some of the things that are going on in other parts of the world that are aligned with us, be that Ghana, be that Liberia, be that Jamaica or Cuba or places like that. But I was wondering, what are your thoughts about us as a people being aligned and trying to do real estate deals and even business deals in general with other parts of the globe that are of people that may look like us or have similar bloodlines to us?
I 100% agree. 100% agree. And I've been thinking a lot about that especially over this last 13 months during COVID. COVID has given a lot of people so COVID has done one of two things. It's either pushed you down or given you or propped you up in some sense, right? And let me explain what I mean by that. It's either basically said, hey, I had a great job and then I lost it, and now I'm kind of in a rut, and you've kind of pulled back. Or it's giving you an opportunity to say, hey, I had this great thing going for me, but was it really that great? As soon as it gets tested, some people said, you know what, I'm going to take my business online. I'm going to go and build a better website because I need to get more internet leads. I didn't need this office space. And that was me. I was paying $2,000 and $2,500 for, a month for office and internet and all this. I just pulled everything back home. Now I'm sitting in my home office and saving that money. So some people got a little bit more savvy and everything else. But one of the things that I started to think about over the last 13 months is, as I started to pull my business back home, as I started to hire more virtual assistants from all over the world, right? I have a girl working for me in the Philippines. I have somebody in Virginia working for me that I've never even met, and where we talk every day. I started to think about the way that the world is kind of global now, right? You don't really need to be in Ghana to help the people of Ghana, right? You don't really need to be in Nigeria to help the people of Nigeria if that's what you wanted to do. You can start a business deal. You can own real estate there. And so, yes, I 100% agree. I don't know exactly what I want to do yet, but that has been on my mind, quite a bit lately. Is just the world, through the power of the internet, through the power of Zoom, through the power of, all these different platforms that we have really opened up. I mean, even, I'm a big fan of the platform Upwork.com. Does the currency exchange and everything for me. I always was like, how am I going to hire somebody in the Philippines? I don't even know I don't even have to worry about that. I get, evaluated in dollars. And if I pay them $20 an hour, they get whatever they want on what they get on the other side. So absolutely, answer your question. I think it's very important for people to start thinking in that way, helping other people and then creating businesses, starting businesses, and, and partnering and buying real estate and, all over the world. I mean, we live in a a global economy now at this point. So I mean, anything that you want, you can do it, certainly.
And another thing that's been going on in terms of finances, and I know that even here on the International Broadcast Media Network, we've had a number of people that have talked about it. But I was wondering your thoughts about this. Is there seems to be a push for this new currency? I mean, whether it's Bitcoins or whether it's a number of these other types of things that are out there. Are you a fan of these? Do you think that there are, just like you described, something else, something that will pass by and that we won't have to deal with? Or what are your thoughts about some of these cyber currencies that are out there now as well?
I guess there's two schools of thought, right? I mean, everybody, I think one is, if I get ahead of the curve, then I can make a lot of money. And early adopters is what they call them, right? You get in early, and everybody always talks about, you see, especially on social media, if you would have invested in Amazon 20 years ago and $1,000, it would be worth 2 million today or whatever like that. So everybody thinking that that's what Bitcoin is going to be. My personal opinion is this, and I may be dead wrong. I don't really have a ton of knowledge on this. So I would take it with a grain of salt. I just feel like everybody and their mother is running towards one thing right now, and that's Bitcoin. That it's these cryptocurrencies, and everybody claims to be an expert. And I saw this thing the other day about how to build wealth through cryptocurrency. Number one, I don't think you understand what wealth is if you think you can build it through cryptocurrency. It hasn't even been around long enough, and it hasn't even been tested to even call what you're doing building wealth, right? I mean, I can talk about building wealth in real estate because I've been in it for 15 years, and real estate is one of the oldest businesses in the world. I'm not doing anything new. I'm just repeating what my grandmother did, and she's repeating what somebody else did. Cryptocurrency, you may be able to make some money in it, but I don't know. I'm not running towards it. I don't own any. I don't have any desire to. I don't see how you can buy milk with cryptocurrency. I just at the end of the day, we all still need milk and bread. And I'm as a landlord, I have 50 plus tenants, and I'm not collecting rent in cryptocurrency right now. So you still have to pay your landlord in dollars. Whether that changes, over time, I don't know. I also know that cryptocurrency is locked in. They can't make any more of it, right? So, I mean, then that means one coin is, I think there was some statistics that said even all the millionaires in the world couldn't even buy one cryptocurrency or one coin because there's not enough of them, right? So for me, I wouldn't take, my personal opinion is, I'm sticking to what's tried and true. Real estate has been around for centuries, right? I don't see a tech solution for real estate. I just don't see it coming, right? Your iPhone can disappear, and it could be the, Cloud Phone 9 that's, that we're all using a year from now. Your car could be electric car, and we can all be, at the end of the day, we still need a roof over our head. Whether you're in Virginia or you're in the Carolinas and I'm in Boston, we have one thing in common. At the end of the day, we have this roof over our head, and I don't see a tech solution coming down the pipeline for that. So I'm sticking to what's tried and true. And I think that's where real wealth is built, not money. People get, those two confused. You can make money in cryptocurrency, but I don't think you're building any wealth just yet, right? I mean, if you my home is not going to be worth 60% less tomorrow. It's just not going to happen. Could it happen in crypto? Absolutely, right? I'm going to wake up, and by the end of this conversation, we can both hop on, and cryptocurrency can be down 25% or whatever. That's not going to happen with the roofs that we have over our heads. So sorry to give you a long-winded answer, but I just
no problem at all. And that's kind of where my mindset was as well. I know
as well, yeah.
Rushing to it and all of that. But I was also wondering about because you mentioned one of the other things that you do as and also your company does is the stock market. And I do feel that enough of us, meaning Black and brown folks, do not get involved in the stock market in any sense of the ways that some of our counterparts may. And I'm just wondering, how are you doing in terms of getting us to understand the importance of the stock market? And for those that are listening to us now and would like to learn about the stock market, why do you think the stock market is vital for us to get involved in? Because I know a lot of times folks will talk about they want to invest in this or that, but a lot of times it's private investments. It's like investments within businesses that they are personally aware of in their community or things of that nature. I don't hear enough of us getting involved in the stock trade that goes on in New York and definitely Tokyo and some of the other places. But I was just wondering your thoughts on that and why we should be getting more involved.
Well, I think you should be getting more involved because you want to have a diversified portfolio of investments. That's really what it comes down to at the end of the day. I am heavy in real estate. I would say 80% of my wealth is tied up into real estate. And the reason I get into the stock market, I try to basically diversify my risk. If something happens to real estate and I'm wrong, and there is a tech solution coming down the pipeline for real estate, then I have a good portion of my portfolio at risk. But it's also, there's opportunities within the stock market. I think some people get too heavy into it. They bank their whole entire retirement on what the stock market does. I think that's wrong. I think that's a faulty play. I think for me, I treat the stock market, and hopefully this answers your question, the same way I treat real estate. When everybody else is running one way, I'm looking the opposite direction, right? If everybody's jumping into Bitcoin, I'm not going to Bitcoin. I'm looking at what they're not going into. So I can tell you what I did specifically. I had some money sitting on the sideline. I put some money into I opened up an E-Trade account. You can go on and open those up pretty easily. It takes you a couple hours. Threw some money in there, and the market was just kind of skyrocketing. And last year, the year before, and I didn't really want to jump in, but I think COVID hit in March, and then by April we took there was one day where I think we were down 7% or 9% or whatever it may be. We took a big down hit, and it was mostly companies like Disney. Obviously, if no one's traveling and Massachusetts went lockdown, New York went lockdown. No one's traveling, no one's moving. So airlines are taking a hit. Disney's taking a hit. Hotels are taking a hit. Uber's taking a hit. If nobody's traveling, nobody's taking Uber, right? Nobody's moving. So I looked at this and I said, these are all companies that are going to be, banged up through COVID, right? They're all taking hits, and everybody's running away from them right now. They're cashing out. And I basically I do it the same way I do real estate. I look for the future. I look for the value play today that's going to be a value in the future. I said, well, COVID's going to end at some point, right? Whether I didn't know it was going to take this long. I thought it was going to be 6 or 7 months personally. But COVID's going to end at some point. So right now I'm buying Disney at a discount. I jumped in and got Disney, bought Disney when everybody else was selling out. I went in and grabbed the Uber while everybody else was selling out. The Marriott, Home Depot, because construction was shut down as well. A bunch of different stocks, and I just basically diversified my little holdings. And today I can tell you I'm up almost 70% on those purchases that I made in April, just because I don't run with the crowd. I think if your aunt is telling you to do something and your cousin is telling you to do something, number one is look at them and say, do I want to be where they are? That's number one when you're getting investment advice. Number two would be like, if everyone's telling me to do it, I don't really want to do it. I don't really know that I should, because here's the thing, as we go back to what we just talked about in the beginning, not everybody can be successful. Not everybody can be LeBron James. Not everybody can be Oprah Winfrey. If Oprah Winfrey was run of the mill, she wouldn't be Oprah, right? I mean, the reason that she's Oprah is because she's special. The reason LeBron James is LeBron James because he's special. The reason so the idea that everyone can get rich is false. Anyone can get rich. Not everyone can be rich. That's the thing, right? So anybody out there listening, you can do it. You can go out there and be special. You can be the LeBron James of whatever industry you're in, right? Not everyone can. If everyone was, it would just be the way of life. If everyone's incredible, no one would be, So to follow the crowd and say everyone's getting rich in Bitcoin right now, so I'm going to go get rich in Bitcoin as well, is faulty, right? If everyone was a movie star, no one would be. We would just be people. We would just be in the way of life, and that's just the way I, my personal philosophy.
That makes a lot of sense. I like that personal philosophy and everything. Now, another thing that I know was oftentimes talked about in our society and everything for a number of years was the fact that for too often we did not understand the importance of land. And I know many a story of somebody that let their land get sold or bought at what would amount to dirt cheap rates and things of that nature. And I know that too often we do not hold on to our land and all of that. One of the things that I can say that I'm very proud of my mom and her sisters about is that they have kept the land that they've got in Hollister. As a matter of fact, they just had a meeting a couple of weeks ago with somebody that wanted to buy the timber because they were not going to sell the land. Now they might sell the timber and then they'll reseed it and get more timber later and everything, but they were not going to sell the land, and they definitely are trying to keep the land within the family and all of that. And I do know that too often we don't think about that, whether we're living in a city or we're living in a country town. The town that they are from is definitely a rural town, but definitely I don't think that we do enough of that. So what kind of advice would you give to folks about maintaining their land and maintaining their property in order to like maybe even get somebody like you to eventually buy it, but buy it at a decent rate and everything. So what kind of advice would you give in terms of us trying to be doing better at maintaining our right with our property? Because oftentimes I think that we give our property away too fast and without the gains that we need to have in it.
Yeah, so I would say this, and again, this is the one of the things that I think everyone should learn. Everyone has to. My wife is a pharmacist, right? And she never in pharmacy school, they never make you take any business classes. When you go to college for engineering, there's no requirement for you to go into any business courses. And I think that regardless of, I think that's wrong for schools to do that. But one of the benefits that I've had that most people don't have is micro and macroeconomics. And I think that everyone, regardless of what course you're in or what program you're in, or even if you're out of school and you're a little bit old, go read a book on economics and you will understand exactly why the answer to your question. But I'll give you, kind of my synopsis of it or breakdown of it. It's called supply and demand. It works with everything. Everything in the economy works based on supply and demand. If I have 3 oranges and you want an orange and there's 10 other people in the room and they all want oranges, they have a desired need. Oranges now cure cancer. I'm not going to sell those oranges for, a couple bucks. I'm going to start bidding them up. I'm giving all 3 of them to you if you give me, the top dollar. So everything in the economy works on supply and demand. When we have a lettuce shortage, honestly, I don't know why this stuff happens. We have lettuce shortage. The price of lettuce goes up. We have a gas shortage. The price of gas goes up. So why am I talking about economics when you ask me a question about land? Is the globe getting any bigger?
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not. Is Boston getting any bigger? No, it's not. Is North Carolina or Charlotte getting any bigger? It's not. But what is getting bigger? Our population. The population is growing. When I was in school, I think there was 6 billion or 6.5 billion people on the planet. I think there's 7.5 billion people on the planet right now. So if that's the case, if you basically have a limited supply of something and a growing demand of something, what happens? The price goes up. And that's all it is. That's all real estate investing is at the end of the day. So if you have, if your population is shrinking, if you're in a neighborhood or a city or a town where the population is people are fleeing, then sell your land, get rid of it, get rid of it now and move on. But if you're in a city or a state or a town where people continue to move in and you see development all over the place, and this is what I'm seeing in Boston, right? We have certain pockets of Boston that are, let's say call it Class C neighborhoods. Mm-hmm. And we have certain neighborhoods that are Class A. When you drive through those Class A neighborhoods and there's 25 construction projects going on, well, those developers are going to need some place to go and make money afterwards. And where are they going to go? The Class B neighborhoods. And then when they're done with the Class B, where are they going to go? So you have development, and when you see the mayor and towns and people and everybody's building and supply, this is just pushing the economy up. It's supply and demand. The population is growing, and all of us. And again, there's no tech solution for real estate. You need a place to sleep. You need a place to live. So at the same time, if you have more and more people coming in, then if you own the land, then the price of that land goes up, right? So hold on to it. And most people, I know a lot of people, Black and brown people here in Boston, we struggle because we have these big 4,000 square foot homes and we struggle to take care of it. But that's when you need to learn a little bit more about money and being able to tap into the equity within those homes, right? If you have I see a lot of people, they have homes that are worth 700,000, they only owe 200,000 on it, but it's falling apart. You need to learn how to be able to tap in to that equity, go borrow $100,000 and fix that place back up. Use that, now fixed up and rent it out if you have to. Hold on to it. And hopefully that makes sense. I know I'm all over the place. I'm trying to summarize years of economics into a 5-second thing. But at the end of the day, it's about supply and demand. Our population is growing, but the earth is not getting any bigger. Boston is never going to be any bigger than it is right now. Charlotte is never going to be any bigger than it is right now, right? So it's going to push the price of real estate is going to go up. Plus, you have a lot of foreign money coming in. You have people, investors from China, investors from India, all trying to come into cities like Boston to stabilize their money. You have a lot of Arab nations obviously investing in cities like Boston as well to try to come in and buy real estate because they know they're solid, stable and pieces of property that we have here in the States. So hopefully that makes sense.
No, that makes a lot of sense. And I know one of the things that the founders of the International Broadcast Media talk about, and I'd love to hear your thoughts about this, is they feel, and I think that you would probably agree with them, that we don't do enough teaching about finances and about learning about wealth and learning about a number of other things that have to do with the economy in our school system. They feel that that's one of the things that we don't do enough of. I remember that, I can't remember whether it's Nick Valveda or Kim Calhoun was one of the other founders, but one of them has this saying that we're using 18th century values in the 21st century in terms of the way that we're teaching, and we're not teaching enough about even like basic balancing of your budget for school kids and everything within the school system. So I'd love to know your thoughts about that, and if that's something that you think that we need to be working on improving in the 21st century.
I literally wrote a book about it. It's called Cash Flow Secrets. Not to pitch my own stuff on here, but it's on Amazon right now. It's called Cash Flow Secrets. It's all about the stuff that they didn't teach me in school. One of the things that aggravated me is I have always wanted to be wealthy. I mean, since I was a kid, right? I hated the fact of it wasn't about cars or wasn't about living a lavish lifestyle. It was about, I don't really ever want to worry about where my next meal is coming from. I don't want my children to worry about where their next meal is coming from. I never wanted to, I've seen this happen before where families are well off and they have one medical, somebody gets sick severely, and that those medical bills just drive on. All of a sudden they're selling their home and they have to move to a different neighborhood and move to a different school system. Happened to friends of mine. A funeral, somebody dies, the primary breadwinner dies. They don't have life insurance or coverage. So all of a sudden now they're selling their home to cover for that, those costs and everything else. So for me, it was always about, becoming wealthy, not a lavish lifestyle, but not having to worry about those basic necessities, right? So when I was younger, I actually wanted to go to school for culinary arts. And I started a 2-year program and I wanted to be a chef. And it was in that 2-year program that I took those 2 courses on economics, micro and macroeconomics, and it opened up my eyes to the world of business. I changed my major, I think almost immediately after that. I said, you know what? Anybody can be a chef, and that's fine. If those are people that are being a chef, is not just be disrespectful, but if I want to own the restaurant, not just be a chef, but I want to own the restaurant, I need to learn business as well. So I switched my major and went to school, and I basically said to myself, I was like, what is going to be the one major that's going to teach me the most about money? So I went to school for business finance. I was like, okay, I looked at accounting, and there was a finance degree and accounting degree, and I looked for tons of different schools, and I said, seems like the best place to teach me about money. I went through a 5-year, Northeastern University here in Boston, 5-year program at Northeastern University. And I give you my word, when I got out, I was no better off than anybody else. They don't teach you about money at school, even in a business finance program. Everything that you learn about money, personal finance, you have to get out and learn on your own. That's just, so yes, I agree with them 100%. Even in a program, a 5-year program for business finance, I learned very little about, I learned about corporate money. I learned about doing corporate books. I learned about corporate accounting, corporate finance. But does that necessarily translate to managing your own money, teaching you about life insurance, teaching you about saving a little bit, teaching you about the stock market, teaching you about the benefits of real estate, teaching you about wealth building, teaching you about 529 plans and Roth IRAs and all those different things. It teaches you absolutely none of it. So speaking from somebody who ideally went to a program that should teach you the most about money, I learned very little bit about it. I had to learn all of that stuff on my own after getting out. So that's what Cash Flow Secrets is about. I tried to basically take all the things that I thought were necessities and put them into a easy to read short. I think it's 52 secrets or 35. I can't remember the exact number of secrets in there, but basically things that you must know that the schools never teach you. And that's essentially what it's about. So I 100% agree.
And one of the things that I don't think they teach you, and I was wondering your thoughts about this, being an entrepreneur yourself and everything, is I don't think that they teach you entrepreneurship at any level on the school system. As a matter of fact, I think that most of our school systems probably are encouraging more and more people to go into the workforce and work a 9 to 5 and basically almost to some degree, some people might even call it going back to work at some form of the plantation mentality, if you want to go back to like those antebellum kind of days and things of that nature. But I was just wondering your thoughts as to that as well, because I don't think that we're encouraged enough to go into entrepreneurship, and you were definitely an entrepreneur, but I was wondering your thoughts about that. I do know that we of course are always having constant entrepreneurs, and I know more and more entrepreneurs have come out this era because of the COVID, and more people are actually thinking that they want to go into whatever their entrepreneurship business is, and now have the time to actually do it, or at least try to get it off the ground. But I was just wondering your thoughts about entrepreneurship and whether that should also be taught more in our school system as well.
I love it. I absolutely love it. And I'll tell you two things about that, about what you just said. One is I'm starting to see more entrepreneurship programs taught in school, and that's an elective. They still don't teach you enough about personal finance. I think that should at least be an elective course that you have, something about personal finance where it's on the menu and you can go and you have a certain amount of elective credits and you can go learn something about, managing your money, because you absolutely are not taught that at all. But yes, so it's funny that you say a lot of entrepreneurs are starting to look at different options during COVID, because that's exactly when I started, 2010, and I left my corporate job in 2010, right after the last market crash. And my logic behind it was, and it seems kind of immature, more than 11 years later, but to be completely honest with you, my logic was, I can risk going out and start a business right now, because if I fail, I can just blame it on the economy, because everybody else was getting foreclosed on right now and losing their job and everything else. And I was like, now's probably the best time to go ahead and start a business. Now's probably just go ahead and do whatever I wanted to do. And, real estate had always been it. I had bought my first property in 2006. So I had, 4 years under my belt in terms of a landlord. And I was like, this is great. I have somebody at home paying 60% of my mortgage, 70% of my mortgage off. And, now the property, is bottomed out a little bit, but I anticipate it going back up in value. How do I get into this full time? So I got my real estate license, quit my job, got my real estate license, eventually became a broker and opened up my own company. And then took that brokerage and transitioned over to, just being a full-time investor eventually. But no, I think it's a great time to start and explore. And this is going to sound weird to say, but COVID hurt a lot of people, but it's going to help so many people as well. And, this is not something when there's, when problems, arise, opportunities also, arise. And it's for those people that keep their eyes open, keep a positive, a view on things. There's going to be people that are going to say COVID was the best thing that ever happened to me. There's absolutely going to be people 5 years from now, 10 years from now, is when COVID hit, I changed everything I was doing. It was the best thing that ever happened to me. So yeah, I'm a big fan of entrepreneurship. I think they should encourage it a little bit more in schools. Obviously not everyone can be an entrepreneur, because somebody has to actually do the, entrepreneur is more of the strategic work. Some people actually have to go out and, and be, soldiers. But I think, yeah, it should be an option that's in more schools, and personal finance should be as well.
Coming back to the real estate, what do you think is one of the biggest myths that people have about real estate? Because I'm sure that there are many myths that folks have that you have dealt with being in this business for a number of years. But what are some of the bigger myths that you have to get people to realize that that's a myth when you're dealing with them and talking to them about real estate?
I think the biggest one is like that you have to wake up all the time in the middle of the night and plunge toilets at 1 o'clock in the morning. People always say that. I don't want to wake up in the middle of the night and deal with somebody's, broken toilet. I mean, like, number one, not too many of your tenants are just like, taking massive, bathroom breaks in the middle of the night. I tell you, I'm 15 years into the business, and I say that scenario has probably come up twice in 15 years, Most people are sleeping over the middle of the night. You don't have too many issues there. I haven't had any, any major things that are basic. I've thought about getting out of the business a couple of times. Sometimes you do get aggravated. It is still a business. People describe it as passive income all the time. It's not entirely passive. It can be more passive than a job, but it is not. You still have to be active with it. But I think to answer your question, the biggest thing is people believe that it's more complex than it is. People believe that, I think my personal, opinion is that we live in a very instant gratification society right now. Everybody wants everything tomorrow. That's why Bitcoin is attractive. That's why the stock market is, is more attractive than sometimes real estate, because they can see, they can check their stocks every day, right? You can log onto your E-Trade account and you can see, oh, I'm up, I'm down. Blah, blah. It's like being in a casino. Bitcoin is the same thing. I can see there's an instant gratification there for it. I can show I put $1,000 into this and now it's worth 1,500, and I can screenshot that and I can throw it on my Instagram account. I can throw it out there. You really can't do that with real estate, right? It's kind of boring. And I think that's the thing that people need to get over, the hurdle that people need to get over. You're still going to need money 20 years from now. You're still going to need money 15 years from now, 10 years from now. And if you can't wait, then I think that's the problem with real estate, is it's slow and it's boring, but it's consistent and it's reliable. People want everything tomorrow. And I think for me, the biggest hurdle is getting them to be able to see 10 years down the road. Being able to, it's easy to say, Willie did something 10 years ago and, and now he's got a little bit, but that was 10 years ago. Well, I'm going to do the same thing today, and in 10 years from now, I'm going to be even more successful, right? You know what I'm saying? So people just need to be able to get in and realize that if they can just see long term and not think that everything has to happen tomorrow, they'll be much better off. And hopefully that makes sense and answers your question.
That definitely made sense and definitely answered the question for sure. I was wondering, now your grandmother started the business, or at least got you involved in real estate. You actually started the business and everything. But I was wondering, do you think that this is something that you will be able to pass on? And I don't know whether you and your wife have kids, onto the kids and everything, or whether it'll be something that you'll be able to continue on a generational level. Because I do know that that's something that sometimes entrepreneurs have a hard time with, because they come up with these great ideas and they might last for a generation or two, but then the next generation doesn't want to get involved in it for whatever reason. I mean, I've seen that in businesses ranging from barbershops to funeral homes to definitely real estate and a number of other types of businesses. But I was wondering, is this the kind of business that you think will be able to stay within your family, say, even well past the time that you're gone and everything?
No, and that's an excellent question. So I'm going to give you a really long-winded answer here, but that is something that we struggle with on a regular basis. Yes, we do have children. I have two kids. My daughter's 4 and my son is 2. So we're early in the process, and we're still thinking about it every day because of what my grandmother went through, right? My grandmother handed my father a college education, said, here, it's paid for. Don't worry about it. So we decided we're not going to do that. Like I said, these kids, we're going to support them, but they're going to have to, like I said, take on debt, take on the things that normal people have to take on to get them through, a college education. We're going to push them to go to college, but there's no, if you choose not to, then, like I said, that's up to you. So one of the things, I think one of the biggest things that we're doing that my grandmother didn't do is estate planning. So even when she passed, she had about, let's say, $50,000 to her name when she passed, and then a whole bunch of hats and clothes and churches, and it was amazing. It was like a Tyler Perry movie. People were just coming out of the woodworks with their hands out asking for stuff, and it was just chaotic. And I was kind of, the guy in charge. And one of the things that it really taught me, and I talk about this in the book as well, is just kind of the importance of estate planning, right? She died without, in Massachusetts, you can't have just a handwritten will. In Massachusetts, it needs to be notarized. It needs to be on file. It needs to be, a proper document. So her 3 versions of her handwritten will that we found just weren't, satisfied. So you have to go through court, and it gets really sticky, and uncles and aunts are fighting over something that they think is much larger than it actually is. So we've already, even at 37, my wife is 34. We already have a will in place, right? So if we die today, our assets are notarized and everything else, and we know exactly where they're going. We took it a step further, and this is what most people don't do. It's going to cost you just a little bit of money, but it's well worth it. We have a family trust in place as well. And this is what Black and brown people need to do more of, right? Is we also have a family trust in place. And what a family trust is, it means that if I was to die today, so let me back up. We also have life insurance, because that's another thing that we don't do, a lot of as well. Life insurance, most people, and again, I don't want to get too drawn out here. I don't want to teach a whole bunch of, financial literacy classes, but if you have the $30,000 policy offer where somebody's offering you $30,000 for $100 a month, that is not a good deal. I mean, if you don't have to take a blood test, you don't have to take a physical to get your life insurance, it's not real life insurance, in my opinion. I'm going to disclose exactly. I pay about $80 a month for $1.5 million in coverage. that is real life insurance, right? So there's a whole bunch of scams out there. People will mail you all the time. You can get $25,000 and all you have to do is pay $50 a month. If they're not taking any blood tests, if they're not asking you if you smoke, what your job is and everything else, I had to go through a whole bunch of stuff, but I'll never have to do it again. I can pay that $80 a month for the rest of my life, and I have $1.5 million in coverage. That's what my kids will get. So when I talked about me being in school and somebody dying, the primary breadwinner dying, and now they have to move out of their home, I made sure that my life insurance policy was enough, so that if I die, my kids and my wife are mourning me, but they're not worried about the financial responsibilities that I left behind. They can now pay off the house. They can pay off several of our rental properties. They can pay for my funeral. They don't have to go change schools or anything else. So I would encourage people to, number one, get some type of life insurance policy covered. The earlier, the better. You're never going to be in better health than you are today. You're never going to be younger than you are today. And the youth that you have and the health that you have today makes your premiums lower than they would be if you waited until later on in life. People think that health insurance or life insurance is something that you get in your 50s and 60s. It is not. It is absolutely something that you should, even if it's term. Excuse me. The reason we got it so early is because the riskiest part of your life is when your kids are prior to the age of 18. They're not adults, right? So if I die and my kids are 11 and 12, that leaves my wife with two children that she now needs to support for the next 10 years. So that's the riskiest part of your life, is when between the time your kids are born to the time that they both leave the house. And that's what we tried to cover. That's what our life insurance policy is about. The family trust is basically me being able to dictate what happens to my money long after I'm gone. So that's more of a direct answer to your question. The family trust basically allows me to kind of come in and say, if I die, and let's say I have $1 million to my name, right? The $1 million is controlled by my brother. He's going to take the $1 million and he determines what happens to it with some respect. The kids are now, and this is all in my family trust, are now the legal guardian for those children are now my sister-in-law, assuming my wife is no longer, we die together. My children get 20% of the $1 million split up between them if they once they hit the age of 18. If they graduate from college, then they get another 20% of that $1 million. They won't get another $1 million until they reach the age of 35, and then their kids will get the last 20% or whatever it is. So that's not exactly the way I have it written out, but the point of what I'm trying to make is, with a family trust or any type of trust, you can dictate what happens long after you're gone, so your money is not squandered by the next generation, and you can make it or help it last for generations. Now, if you have a couple generations that are just complete screw ups, then you have a problem. You know what I'm saying? But wealthy families put family trust in place all the time so they can have more control over what happens, when they're gone. And that's where you get the term trust fund baby and stuff like that. It's to protect the youth and what their inexperience with money as they go along. You can put the beauty of a family trust is you can put anything in there. They get the car of this. If you wanted them to read Rich Dad Poor Dad, they only get the money if they read this financial independence book or whatever it may be. So I hope that answers your question. That's how we're using a will, we're using life insurance, and we're using family trust to protect the next generation from their inexperience with money. And hopefully we spent a ton of time writing our wills, writing our family trust, and putting these mechanisms in place to make sure that, and also the guardians that for these different people, we made sure that we put the most responsible people in our families, assuming that we're gone, in charge of different assets, in charge of our children, in charge of other things, to make sure that they are well taken care of.
That makes a lot of sense. What are some of the things you mentioned your grandmother at the beginning of the interview? What are some of the things that you think that she taught you really well? Because it sounds like she was definitely a rock in your life and everything. So I just wondering some of the life lessons that you got from your grandmother that you are trying to pass on to your kids, as well as just trying to pass on to folks that are in your circle of influence.
Life lessons from my grandma that I'm trying to pass on to my kids. I think it's the one lesson that she, it sounds weird, but I'm trying to put some type of adversity into their lives. When you have everything handed to you, I think it's difficult for a child to show some level of appreciation. I think the biggest thing that my grandmother did for me is not say, here's my money. Here, I'm going to take care of you. I'm going to give you this. I know it was hard for her to see, especially because she was well off, but saying, hey, I'm going to let you guys live in the projects. I'm going to let you guys live in, your mother doesn't, agree with my philosophy in life, but that's your mother, and I respect your father's now gone. I'm going to if you guys need something, I'm here. I'm never going to let you, go hungry. I'm never going to let you, really perish. But at the same time, giving us some level of adversity in our life. I struggle because I don't know how I'm going to do that for our kids. But I think that was one of the biggest lessons that she taught us. And then some of the smaller things. It's not necessarily what you can buy, but what you can keep. I'm a big fan of, I drive a Honda, Ridgeline. I'll drive the last one I had for 12 years. This one, I just bought a new one last year, and I'll probably drive that one for the next 10, 12 years. So it's what you maintain, what you're able to keep. Instead of me going out and buying a 5,000 square foot home, we have a home that's half that size, but it's super efficient, right? It's well insulated, it's well maintained and well taken care of. And I'd rather, one of the things that she's instilled in me is you'd rather have something like that, that's instead of having this massive, piece of property, having something that's a little bit smaller, but a little bit more efficient and that you take care of really well. So just different, life lessons and philosophies that she's instilled in me. And I share a lot of those in Cash Flow Secrets as well.
Definitely sounds like that's a book that more and more people need to get and everything. What are some of the things that you try to tell folks that have been in, like you said, you actually went from your grandmother having this wealth to your parents not doing all that well and you living in the projects and everything. But what do you say to those folks that are living in the projects or living in those kind of beat up neighborhoods and feel that there is no escape? Because it sounds to me like you've actually managed to escape. And of course, some of this is your own persistence and things of that nature. But I do know that a lot of times folks will get caught up in that welfare mentality, or they'll fear that like child services is going to get their kids, or a number of other things that could happen when you're in the projects. And since you definitely had that experience of living in the projects, what do you say when you run across folks that are in that environment and feeling like there is no escape?
A couple different things. Number one is that, it was very difficult for me to change my circle. It's very difficult. You feel like a sellout. You feel like someone who is leaving people behind. People are going to say you changed, you're different. But if you want better and people don't want better, then be different, change, be a sellout. That's just, you have to come to terms with what other people, the people that you're going to leave behind, so to speak, like I said, and if you really want to be connected, stay connected. But in order to better yourself, not everybody wants to go on that journey. Not everybody wants to be Oprah. Not everybody can be LeBron James. It comes back to, if you want to be successful, then you're going to have to leave some people behind. That's just number one. There's going to be a crowd, that shifts, right? So for me, it was going out and seeking other people that wanted the same things that I wanted. I actually, for a long time, was struggling to try to bring the people that I grew up with along with me. Everybody had to come with me, and I was basically holding myself back. And my mother's used to said that. She was like, you got to get to the mountaintop, and then you can shine a light on the path for everybody else, but you're trying to carry everybody up the back, on your back, up the mountainside. You know what I'm saying? It just doesn't work that way. So I would say number one is understanding that your circle is going to change. It doesn't make you a sellout. It doesn't make you, anybody who is, leaving other people behind. And then I would say, number two is you can do anything that you want, in this world. And I truly believe that no matter where you're coming, no matter where you're coming from or where you're starting from, and no matter what your past was, people always have an excuse about why they're different, or why their situation leaves them at a disadvantage. But I truly believe that you can do anything that you want. You just have to put your mind to it. We live in a world where the whole globe is connected now. You can build a business entirely. If I wanted to, right now, where I'm sitting right now, make a 6-figure income and never leave this desk, I can certainly do it. I could should probably make 7 figures and never have to leave this desk. That's the beauty of the internet. That's the beauty of having this world that's completely connected. You just have to be able to, you have to be hungry enough. You have to be able to go out there and search for opportunities, figure out what you want out of life, and just really just go do it. But I truly believe, to summarize that anybody can do anything that they want. You just have to want it enough. Damn, I knew he was gone.
Sometimes the computer decides that it wants to do crazy things, so I just had another computer and all of that. So definitely continue with what you were saying, because I know that sometimes those things will happen in life and everything.
Yeah. So no, just what I was saying was, people have.
I think you may have. I can't hear you now, so let me see. You might have done the same thing you did last time.
Give me 1 second.
Oh, that could be me. Hold on, that could be me this time.
I think it's you. Yeah.
Say something there, Mr. Mandrell.
Yep, I'm here.
Yep, there we go. There we go.
Yes.
That was on my side that time.
Yeah. No worries. So I think what I was saying was just people. I truly believe that anybody can do anything they want in this world. I think the whole world's connected. The internet is a beautiful thing. We have a ton of platforms where you can reach globally. I was mentioning the fact that I think I can make a 6-figure income sitting at this very desk. That's just how interconnected the globe is, and how you can, use platforms like Upwork to hire people and be hired and everything else. And I think at the end of the day, it's just, having the desire and the I wake up every single day and I'm hungry, not for food necessarily, hungry for more, just success, hungry for a higher level of achievement. And it's not, I won't even say success. I think that's the wrong word. I think it's just truly trying to just be all I can be, inspire as many people, help as many people as I can possibly help. But I wake up every day with that hunger to be, better than I was before. And I think if you're hungry enough and you have a plan in place, and you really want to get after it, then you can do anything you want to do, regardless of where you're from.
No, definitely. I agree with you on that and everything. And I know sometimes real estate has gotten a bad name and everything. And I think sometimes that's even because of people that have made bad real estate investments, or real estate investments that folks were questionable, or feeling that they weren't necessarily good real estate people. Like I said, I'm not the biggest fan of the person that recently left 1600. And I think that part of the reason is because he was not the best real estate person. But if you listen to him talking, you would think he was the best real estate person of all times and everything.
If you listen to him talking, he was the best person of everything at all times. And
Having another little technical glitch, so we're gonna give you the last 6 minutes of the interview with Willie Mandrell, and then I'll come back with the winners of the contest, and we'll see if they guessed who that was and everything of that nature. But we've got 6 more minutes, and y'all actually see this on Periscope as opposed to the other way we were doing the interview. But definitely catch the last 6 minutes, and I do want you to catch that right now. So, going to bring that to you right at this moment. At this moment.
think what I was saying was just people. I truly believe that anybody can do anything they want in this world. I think the whole world's connected. You know, the internet is a beautiful thing. We have a ton of platforms where you can reach globally. You know, I was mentioning the fact that I think I can make a 6-figure income sitting at this very desk. You know, that's just how interconnected the globe is, and how you can, you know, use platforms like Upwork to hire people and be hired and everything else. And I think at the end of the day, it's just, you know, having the desire and the you know, I wake up every single day and I'm hungry, not for food necessarily, hungry for more, just success, you know, hungry for a higher level of achievement. And it's not, I won't even say success. I think that's the wrong word. I think it's just truly trying to just be all I can be, you know, inspire as many people, help as many people as I can possibly help. But I wake up every day with that hunger to be, you know, better than I was before. And I think if you're hungry enough and you have a, you know, a plan in place, and you really want to get after it, then you can do anything you want to do, you know, regardless of where you're coming from.
No, definitely. I agree with you on that and everything. And I know sometimes real estate has gotten a bad name and everything. And I think sometimes that's even because of people that have made bad real estate investments, or real estate investments that folks were questionable or feeling that they weren't necessarily good real estate people. Like I said, I'm not the biggest fan of the person that recently left 1600. And I think that part of the reason is because he was not the best real estate person. But if you listen to him talking, you would think he was the best real estate person of all times and everything.
If you listen to him talking, he was the best person of everything at all times. I mean, he was the best real estate person, Trump, you know, waters and planes and everything else, and hotels. So I mean, take that with a grain of salt. He was the best at everything. You know, according to him. But real estate is what real estate is. You can be, you know, a bad baker, or, you know, have a reputation of, you know, as a bad restaurant owner if you want. And if you want to, you know, be in real estate, I mean, I wouldn't shy away from it because of the, you know, negativity that somebody, you know, or a big real estate developer or a big real estate owner has. I mean, you can go in and change the face of what real estate is, you know, is right now. So, and go in and change the culture, you know, so.
No, definitely agree with you on that and everything. One of the things that I'm here to wrap it up and everything, I appreciate you taking the time to definitely give us this interview and everything. So I definitely appreciate you giving a lot of insight. If folks are interested in either reading the book or learning more about your company and everything, I'm sure that we would love to have the website, or if you want to give your social and ways that folks can reach out to you, I'm sure that people would love to know that right now. And then one of the things I always get all of my guests to do is give a word of encouragement or a word of positivity. And that's just like a little catch thing that I try to do on all of the different platforms that I'm part of. So definitely, if you want to let folks know how they can reach you and any words of encouragement or positivity that you have that you would like to share.
Yeah, so I mean, the book itself is on Amazon. Cash Flow Secrets. You pull it up, you should be able to find it pretty easily. You can also Google Cash Flow Secrets or Willie Mandrell. You can find me on LinkedIn. You can find me on Facebook, Willie Mandrell. You can find me on Instagram. I would definitely encourage you, if you want to know more about, you know, financial literacy, real estate, wealth building, my YouTube channel, definitely subscribe. There's a ton of stuff. Dropped a bunch of videos today. Ton of stuff coming out this week. So it's youtube.com/W Mandrell, Mandrell. And then words of encouragement, I'd say just get out there and do it. I mean, like I said, it's a big world. I mean, you can do anything that you want to do. I truly believe that. I don't think that, you know, there were people who had a lot of privilege and never made anything of themselves. There are people who come from very tough backgrounds and made everything of themselves. So you know, you're always going to have objections in your way. You're always going to have hurdles. You're always going to have things or people that are standing in your way. Sometimes they're your family members. Sometimes they're your friends. Sometimes they're your spouse. But you just have to have the mental head strength to be able to just, you know, get over all that. You choose a destination. And I would say that's the biggest thing, is just choosing a destination. Most people never really, they just, you know, wake up and they just kind of, well, I'm going to work really hard this month, or I'm going to work really hard this quarter, or whatever it may be. You have to, you know, mentally be able to decide where you want to go, put it on paper, and then just tackle it. And then, like I said, I truly believe anybody, not everybody will be successful, but I believe anybody can, you know.
Well, I definitely agree with you on that, and it's been great having this conversation with you. Like I said, I know that we'll be airing it at since we did the pre-record at a later time, probably sometime either tomorrow or Thursday or the early part of next week. But definitely, I appreciate the conversation, and definitely think that you've given great insight to folks that are watching from around the globe. Because, like I said, we have a number of programs that air here on the international broadcast media, including shows out of Nigeria, out of South Africa, out of Malaysia, out of Europe, out of a number of other places as well. And of course, the team that's put together this whole thing is Nick Palveda and Kim Calhoun founded it, but then they've got members of their production team from North Carolina and from India and from a number of other places as well. So they're definitely trying to show the world that, as you mentioned earlier, that this is definitely a global community and trying to have folks from around the globe communicate with each other and learn from each other. And you've definitely given us some great lessons about financial literacy on this particular day. So I want to thank you for joining me, and do know that you're always welcome to come back and share any of that great wisdom that you have at any time that you feel like coming back.
Hey, Mar, I appreciate you having me. So I appreciate it.
All right. Well, that's going to wrap up this special edition and everything. And like I said, hope that folks guys gathered a lot of lessons from Mr. Mandrell, and definitely I'm looking forward to having him come back in the very near future and sharing some more of his wisdom and all of that.
Yes, Mr. Mandrell gave us some great wisdom, and I definitely appreciated it. Had a couple of glitches as we were trying to get that the tape to run and everything, but I think y'all got the content, got what it was all about, and all of that. And I may be doing some editing at some point or another to let it go a little bit smoother and all of that. But definitely, I think y'all got the gist of what he was talking about and all of that. But definitely, in terms of the mystery guest, I'm about to reveal that. Then I'm going to wrap it up because yours truly is a little bit on the hungry side. So might have to go out and get some food and all of that as well. You know, sometimes I use a catchphrase, and today it seems to be all of that. But like I said, I'm about to bring up some clues about our other mystery person and all. And then, of course, we gave you some of the early ones